Alright, stream's up and live. Yep. How much time left? Okay, thank you. Well, there's not a ton of cars, so he should be fine. Oh, I'm sorry, there's unlimited fast repairs. Yeah. Yeah. Not a lot of cars. Yeah. 40. Just a drive through. Drive through. Every 40. By class. Yes. Mm-hmm. Oh. Yep. And Andy's in McLaren. Yeah. And he's second. All right, thank you for joining us today at the Martin Sports Car Club iRacing League. And today we have a very special race. We are coming to you live today from a broadcast on YouTube, which you're watching now, of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Road Course, or also known as the Formula One Road Course. And today's special assignment we have for everybody is to race around this track for 4 hours, either as a team or individually, and all proceeds that everyone has paid to enter their car is going towards the 2021 Toys for Tots charity race through the Martin Sports Car Club. So we're very happy to announce everyone that is here. And although we don't have a very large turnout as we had hoped that we'd have, we know it's a holiday weekend and a lot of racers are actually off doing family things. So right off the bat, we're going to go ahead and check the grid and see how everything ended up. So we do have 2 classes running today. We have the LMP2 car, or the Dallara P217 for those who are on iRacing. And in first place on the grid, we have Michael Day from Friend Motorsport, who has taken a time of 1:16.9 and a very, very close second place. Justin Divebomb Barrera with Tendril Grape Racing is 1/100ths or 1600ths of a second right behind him. So we're going to see some great racing today between those guys. Third place is Aaron Nash for Crucial Motorsports, 1.8 back. And Donnie Squarick is 3 seconds back. Maybe didn't get a lot of practice time, but we know he's a fast racer, and we'll be able to get him caught up. So moving on to the GT3 cars, we're running all the GT3 cars today except for the Ford GT. In first place from the Tennessee Region SCCA is Michael Cochran, putting in a time of 1:25.1. Second place is Andy Gatorick, 0.2 seconds back. Third place, Chris Wells from the Martin Sports Car Club group is half a second back. And Justin Delano from Cold Camo Racing, 1.6. Shane Brown joining some of the GT3 drivers. Happy to see him from the rookie league that we run for Team Send It, is 2 seconds back. And Nicholas Vincent, who is coming off of a 4-month hiatus from iRacing, just logged back in last night for a couple sessions as he is in between school on break over at the University of NOH. So happy to have him back as well. And outside of that, you see Zane Plumley, but I'm actually commentating and not racing today. So moving on. All right, so you can see the cars taking the grid as we have our 2 different classes, and we're in our blip mode. And oh, there's Michael Day. He hasn't changed his banner out there that still says "Happy Birthday, Lexi." So we're very happy about that. We'll talk about that a little bit later because I'm sure I'll be showing him. And you see the Porsche 911 pace car moving through all these particular curves at Indianapolis. So everybody knows that the Indianapolis Motor Speedway is obviously famous for the Indianapolis 500 that they run every year with the IndyCar, Champ Car, one of those cars, depending on which one it is. And we have added we're going to use a road course today to make it a little more interesting, as our Martin Sports Car Club is pretty much a sports car racing league. So we just added the Dallara for a little bit more fun. So as you can see everybody coming through. So we're going to start getting in a little closer here. You can see some of the liveries that we have on the cars, and almost any second now the pace car, up there goes, the pace car is pulling up. So it's off to these guys here, these 4 racers, and the lights have gone, and there is a jump by Friend Motorsports by Michael Day, taking a huge leap out in front of Justin Divebomber. But coming up as third is Crucial Motorsports. So all 4 guys, so cold tires, even though it's a very warm afternoon. Justin Barrera does take a nice easy gap there to make sure that he does not wreck anything. So we're going to move back to the GT3s as they turn into turn 1. There's Michael Cochran running a Porsche 911 today, which is very unusual for him. Normally he's in a BMW M3 GT3, and closely right after him is Andy Gatorick, also from our league, in his famous McLaren that he has run all season long. We have a newcomer here, Justin Delano, in an Audi R8. Glad to have him here with us as well. Followed by Chris Wells for the Martin Sports Car Club. And there is Nicholas Vincent. So glad he could join us after taking a break from his college classes for becoming a SAE. SAE mechanic, and if I'm not mistaken, he's going for some sort of engineering degree to be able to get into motorsports. So he's having a lot of fun. And there is Shane Brown. Oh, the new livery for Shane Brown. Look at that. Nice bright green and stars for Shane, and he always runs bright green. So back up to the front, right along with these guys, still nose to tail as Michael Day puts in the fastest time. Of course, it's going to be the first lap of the race of a 125.2, and these guys are shortly behind him. And there's Tennessee Region now. Everyone's putting in their 37s, 38s. So the tires now are not quite up to temperature, so they're still going to be tiptoeing around quite a bit, which is absolutely fine. I mean, this is a 4-hour race. It's not a sprint race like we normally have in our league that we go in for 40, 45 minutes at a time. So I'm sure that these guys are thinking about some of their strategy that they're going to have. And speaking of strategy, which is kind of neat as well, we have opened this up for teams, so we can have 2 driver teams for guys who may be in VR, or also maybe don't have the time to be able to spend the whole 4 hours, or they don't want to spend 4 hours in front of their screen or in VR. So we're allowing one driver teams in cars as well. So we're gonna have a handful of drivers today that will be able to run all 4 hours. Oh, and look at that. Don has already moved up from 4th place and now is giving a run to Michael Day and does take the lead going into turn 1. So it's going to be a battle of the brakes as the time has really come down now. A 117.1 is going to be the new benchmark. And there goes Don with Radicals Online team as he is moving into 1st place. And Michael Day now is going to have to start thinking about where he's going to be and what he's going to do for his tactics, if he's going to try to keep up with Don, or if he's just going to keep with his own pace. Maybe he has a different fuel setting that is on his car, and he's going to try to run a little bit longer stints, or he's going to try to run him down and stay with him the whole time, and maybe use what little bit of the draft that these LMP2 cars give off the whole entire time. So we've one of them is 8 seconds back. Looks like crucial. Oh no, hit the replay and it said Aaron Nash, which I don't believe is Aaron Nash today. I think gets a little slippery in the back end, hits the grass and spins, but no harm, no foul, and I believe he's going to collect it. There he goes. He's going to be able to collect it right before the GT3 cars head through here. So no harm, no foul. He's just got some time to make up. Now running 8-9 seconds back from these guys, and of course these guys are going to try to use the draft, but it looks like that Don has already broken the draft and now has taken another second off that fastest lap of 116.8 for Don. So there was almost a sideways slide there out of Justin Barrera, as you can see him getting into the draft at the braking zone, at the very end. And happy to see that. Let's go back to the GT3s as I'm talking to these guys. So there's Michael Cochran in 1st place of the GT3 class, and Andy is still sticking with them for less than a second back, which is good. So he's still going to get the benefit of the draft. So Cold Camo Racing, Justin Delano in 3rd place now, has moved up just one spot from where they were, in front of Chris and Kevin Medina, the actual members from the Martin Sports Car Club, as you see their team name that are up there. Let's get in a little closer. So there you go, Michael. And that livery there is done by his teammate, Craig Klein, who will be in the car probably after the 1st session or maybe after the 2nd. Didn't have a chance to talk to some of these. Oh no, we have a crash. So we're going to check out Shane Brown first. Just a back end slide. So whoa, and Nicholas just goes right around the back of him. That's not too bad. And had another one. So Andy Gaterick, who was in 2nd place. Let's see what happened here, because we all know that McLaren loves have that back end fly around. And there it is. He did touch the grass. Give you a little bit of slow-mo action, as now that gives Michael Cochran a huge lead as we go back to live. There we are. So that is that now puts 4 seconds now after Andy had dropped into third place, and now Justin Delano with Cole Camo Racing is now in second. So glad to see these guys still battling out and staying on track. And pretty neat livery that goes on there. Craig adds, if you look on the side of the door, you can see some Christmas lights that Craig added to his livery, and some candy cane stripes on the front. So thank you, Craig, for doing that and spending some time putting a new livery on this. Yeah. All right, moving back up front, it is Don with Radicals Online, keeping forward. He's from the Georgia region. He has just recently joined the MSCC iRacing League, and I don't remember if he's raced with us or not, but I believe that we will see him next year when we resume our official races, because as of now, from until this coming Wednesday coming up, we always race on Wednesdays, until the new year, we are going to be able to just have some fun races for everybody after putting in 44 races, I believe, the whole entire year. And there goes Don right past Shane Brown as he's starting to get into some lap traffic, which is understandable. I mean, these cars do lap at quite a different pace, almost 10 seconds per lap. So it wasn't going to take long, for some of these guys to start getting into mixed traffic. But, with only having 10 teams on today and 10 grateful teams that I'm very happy to have, we do have, some traffic, but traffic will probably not be an issue today. I would imagine a majority of any of the incidents that do happen is just going to be an off track. Well, check out this battle here. Justin Barrera is still on the coattails of Michael Day. And that's pretty good because these guys have been battling out here the last 4 or 5 races of the season to close out Season 3 of the Martin Sports Car Club iRacing League. And Justin really has turned it on the second half of the season and found a lot of speed, a couple of podiums in there for him as well, which is nice, mixing up with some of the big boys. And he is a huge fan of anime, so you can see on his car that's kind of his livery that he has selected from the Trading Paints program. And real quick too, and so Justin and I were partnered for a charity race last weekend. It was on a Friday night, and it was for autism awareness. And he and I were in the LMP2 at Daytona on the 24-hour course to use that as more of a practice session that he and I and possibly a third teammate is going to use for the 24 hours of Daytona coming up in January at iRacing. So when his name came up, because they use SDK software as well, it showed Justin Die Bomber Barrera, and you can see the picture at the bottom of the Formula One car being driven by a cat. And I'll explain that a little bit later when we get my co-host in here to talk about some of the things that she likes. But the guys that were broadcasting the other race that we were in, one loved his name. They gave a huge shout out to the ZP Motorsports team that he drives with, and also named him Kitty Räikkönen instead of Kimi Räikkönen. And was able to get into an interview, which was great as well. I thought was pretty neat for him. So that's something that from there we're also going to try to do, is try to get some of the drivers in here who aren't driving and see about having them come out and talk to us, whether they're driving. I know Andy Gatorick said that even though he's driving solo today, he does not mind if we go jump in his chat and talk to him while he's driving, and he'd be happy to go through. So there goes Michael and Justin around Chris Wells as they're making their way through, and especially on the top speed of these cars. It's not necessarily the horsepower that they have, but it's the aerodynamics that they have as well that gets them so fast. And right now Justin looking on the inside of Michael Day, giving him a little something to think about for the rest of the track, but he is keeping close right behind him as we're going to go through and start talking about some of the other guys. And while we're on this race, we do want to stay here because it is a close race, and you can see up in the upper left hand part of the screen of the timing tower, if you see some of the cars or so the times in different colors is because they're under a second. Oh, we do have a crash. Justin Delano put in a crash in the Audi R8. He's getting pressured by the leader, so trying to stay on his line. Oh, there he is. Don't know if he got into the back end of him a little bit. Oh, and check that out. That is great of Justin, even though he got he did get booted, but to give us a chance to really take a look at the livery, where you can see he added Merry Christmas and the Toys for Tots logo and a Christmas tree on the top of his car. So thank you, Justin, if you designed that or if you did for somebody else, but we really appreciate that. That is more than likely going to be our cover for our social media for that. So job well done. Appreciate that. All right, so we do have a pass. Let's see if we can check this out. Whoa, as Michael Day gets caught up. Look at these three guys. So with the three-way battle going into first, the corner right there. Just a little tag, but luckily did not take those other guys out, but you did see it. So Michael Day might have a little bit of nose damage on that front pod on the left side, but this race now, we're gonna go ahead and go back to live and see how this is coming out. So with Don having that little mix-up going in with Justin Delano going off, has now closed up this race here. Now the first three guys are now within a second of each other, so they're back within drafting abilities to make up some time here on that long, I guess you call it front straight, but it starts in the back of the track. So let's try to get some different views so you can see how some of these cars, I always enjoy the chopper view because it gives a different perspective on speed, is exactly how fast some of these cars are in relation to the objects that are around them. This is kind of like with Formula One. You watch Formula One, but when you watch it from the chopper view, you really get a different understanding of just how fast these cars turn and brake and how well they accelerate and how stable they are, because you have a lot more reference around the shot that they're showing with these guys, which is pretty neat going through here. And I think we have another one. Yep, this is our blunt view. We can kind of keep an overview shot of all three, as these three drivers in this LMP2 class are still going. So let's talk about iRacing for a little bit here. So for those who have not been on iRacing or seen iRacing, obviously to most people that don't really understand that, yes, it is a very highly complex simulator that the iRacing company has developed, which allows multiple drivers to be in different cars all over the track with hundreds of different angles, which is pretty neat. But you'll see just a high level of detail in and around everything. As you can see, they try to make it as real as possible, which is nice, which is very taxing on some people's computers, but definitely not Don's computer right now, as he just set another fast lap of 116.8 going into turn one, with Justin still in second and Michael Day right behind him, a half a second back. So keeping it close for these guys. I know that Justin Barrera absolutely loves the LMP2 car, and he tries racing as much as possible. He does in the iRacing official races, mostly IMSA, which is good. And he's grabbed a win or two and some podiums, so it's definitely a car that he loves. As you can see, Don just using every inch of that track, swinging out as far as he can, going through. But we're going to check back with some of the GT3 guys. Here's Michael Cochran. So again, if you notice all the cats that we have that are in the bottom banners, it's because my then 8-year-old but now 9-year-old had a birthday 2 weeks ago during one of the races, and everybody had put on a happy birthday livery on their car of pink and purple and rainbows and unicorns and all that stuff to surprise my daughter for her birthday, which is absolutely great that they came together as a group and did that on their own. I didn't even have to ask them to do it. They just did it. But the other thing that makes my daughter just laugh and go crazy is when the guys change their photos or their names actually on the SDK software that we use to run the races and the broadcasts. And somebody put up a cat one time, and she went absolutely crazy. Then she started giving out awards for the best liveries. So if people would have like a purple livery or rainbows, they would get their picture with the trophy that my daughter built and put on social media. But then I believe Daniel Ciero came through and put a cat, funny cat picture on his SDK banner, and it's just made my daughter giggle so hard that he actually won the livery award, not because of what his car is, just because of the picture. So then all the guys actually started putting cat pictures up for their SDK software, because it's a lot of fun during the broadcast to broadcast with my daughter Lexi. You never know what's going to come out of her mouth half the time. As Don is now still setting fast lap after fast lap of the race, as tires are staying warm and the fuel's burning down, which we'll get into a little bit later at pit stops when they start happening. So the picture there you see is actually Michael Cochran's cat, and he's holding the cat up in front of his face, and that's Michael's hair in the background, but it does look like the cat is wearing a wig, which is hysterical. We're going to check in with these guys just because I see on the timing and scoring that they are getting very close again, as they're keeping it real for this race. And of course they're going to get a ton of time here, and we'll get around to everybody. We still have 3 hours and 20 or 3 hours and 40 minutes or so left of this race. I will probably go through a ton of water, and when I get done with that, I'll probably end up going through a ton of bourbon. So who knows what the last hour or so is going to sound like. I am kind of looking around behind me to see if Lexi is going to join me. Wasn't quite sure if she was going to pop in or not, but we all know a 9-year-old kid on Thanksgiving vacation is not going to sit for 4 hours on a microphone. As we check in with now Chris Wells, moving in on Andrew Gatorick. So Andrew, who normally does race with the Zamplema Motorsports team, has his own team for this race, which is Big Floppa Racing. So we're gonna actually join in on one of his voice chats a little bit later and see how he's doing. Just seen a picture of Chris Wells right through there, and he's got his farmer's hat on. Looks like he's ready to get on a tractor and start work out in the fields. But he is on his back porch inside his screened-in pool lanai there. So not quite sure what he was doing, because he must have been posing for this picture, because I don't see a drink in his hand. So this was definitely not a candid shot. So we'll have to ask him what was that all about. And we do have, let's check this out. Let's go to replay. And we do have a pass going into turn one using the draft. Michael Day turns in on the outside, and Justin Barrera absolutely gives him a ton of room. Justin's smart. He's a very smart racer. He does understand that, this is a long race, and if somebody is faster than him, he is not going to hold them up, and he's going to actually use them to his advantage if he can keep up and stay with his draft as we go back to live shots. All right, there is Nicholas Vincent. Does live in the States, but he is running a South African livery on his Mercedes. So he was a normal member of the Martin Sports Car Club, still is, but unfortunately, because when he went away to school to become a motorsports engineer, he unfortunately had to leave his racing rig behind at home. And he did miss out, and he was only running off of some very bad Wi-Fi, and sometimes couldn't even run some of the streaming or Discord, at least to stay involved that way. But since coming back, he was partnered with Justin Barrera in the LMP2 car. But again, since he had 4 months where he did not touch a steering wheel for iRacing, he kind of went back to his tried and true car that he's driven so much that he understands and knows. For this race, I was thinking of the green wheels. That's why I said Grace, because that's another kind of trademark of Nicholas, as well as to, keep the green wheels on whatever livery. But yes, he is from South Africa. Just a wonderful guy. He's so much fun. He's got the goofiest deep laugh, which just makes me laugh all the time too. Great guy to have around. So we're very lucky to have him in the league, and he sticks around here and there. But we're also very proud, that he's going to college for motorsports engineering. So of course we're not going to be mad when he can't join us anymore, because I know he and Chris Wells forever were tied like with a string. Every single race, week in, week out, and sometimes it ended good, sometimes it ended bad. As you saw Don going right past him, Don using all the curbs flying through the picture, going through there. So again, very happy to have Nicholas with us as well. So yeah, looking at the back of that Audi, let's see if we can get a different view. There we go. Yeah, looking at the back of that Audi, it does look like he does have a little bit of damage right where it says the word Mary. And I think that's when Don got into the back of him. Could have been a lot worse, but so now when I take a picture, a screenshot, to put up for social media of that awesome livery, I'll have to make sure I get it before like lap 16 or 15, whichever where that happened. All right. So love that Audi, by the way. If you guys are an Audi fan, I am. I actually have a 2001 Audi TT 225 Quattro all-wheel drive 1.8 in my garage. Well, it's at my buddy's warehouse right now because it's wintertime here in Tennessee, and it is a completely stripped, caged, full-blown race car. There's no windows. It's just it is about as no nannies, no ABS, no traction control. I mean, it's all just stripped down to just bare form. And yes, it is a manual. Wouldn't have it any other way. So, oh no, as we're along, Justin, looks like we had a crash going into turn 1, which is actually Paul. I'll have to remember that for the rest of the qualifying. He just overshot turn 1. So not necessarily a crash, but oh, look at that. He's been here before. So he knows about the escape road right through there to come back. And of course now he's running slow because he's gonna have to do a time penalty for cutting the course, which I'm sure that he's smart enough to bleed off as he goes through. So back to the Audi. Look at this. He has caught the draft of Chris Wells, and let's see if he's gonna make a move into turn 1, and it looks like he is. See if we can get there we go. Chris Wells turning in right behind him, a little bit tighter. Oh, and makes a lunge right there towards the back bumper of Justin. So Justin Delano, I don't really have a lot of information about. I was excited to see some new drivers that joined us. I know we promoted this not so hard that it annoyed everybody, but we did put some feelers out there for a lot of people. As you've seen, a great shot. This is Lexi's favorite view in the car. Not really sure why, but she does like this view a lot. And I still don't know where she is. She's normally running around this house all day long, 100 miles an hour, wearing out the carpet, but have not seen her yet. So when she does get here, we'll make sure we'll get her on the other mic and have some time. So, oh, somebody's in the pits. Yep, that looks like Paul in the pits. There he is. There's cars up in the air taking some tires. So only been in the race for 25 minutes. Hasn't been. I don't think it's been long enough to run out a full thing of fuel. So maybe he just maybe flat spotted that tire pretty bad. And it is warm out. Definitely know it is warm here in Indianapolis. I know this is kind of fall, winter-ish, for a lot of people right now. But he's getting a fuel tank of fuel and 4 tires. So we'll check back in with him and see what Shane Brown is up to now. These cars here, so they're running 100% fuel for this race, and they should be able to squeak out somewhere between 52 and 55 minutes to a tank before they actually have to come in. So just under an hour for them, and so that would be 3 pit stops to get through the whole entire race, and maybe a splash. It depends on how they're going to end up running everything. So as you saw Michael Cochran going past Don, that was in, I'm sorry, not Don, Paul, that was in the pits. Oh, yeah, hold on your seat, talking about Don. Almost gave somebody else a love tap there on the back bumper. Again, so maybe I know I said traffic wasn't going to be an issue, but it doesn't mean that there isn't any traffic to deal with. It's just be a lot less than normal for this particular track. We're hoping to have at least 20, 25 drivers. Would have been, I think, right about where we wanted to hit the mark for this first time that we have ever done any sort of charity race. And we did learn a lot, and there was a team of guys that have given their time to work on the charity race and develop it. And Craig Klein, who we had talked about earlier about the livery, also created flyers, and so we did as much as we could for our first year. We learned a lot and have taken a bunch of notes, which we will also benefit from next year. And maybe the weekend after Thanksgiving, when everyone's with the families, is not the time to have it, but that's quite all right. We're still here, and I know there are some drivers here that actually, or people I should say, that donated to our cause and did not officially race. So we're very thankful for them as well. So I know we were somewhere, I think, either $100, $110. And I know that doesn't seem like a lot. There's a lot of other charities, charity races out there that are struggling. There was one, Operation Motorsports, that had 2 Zane Plumley Motorsports teams on it, and I know that they are using a professional broadcaster like Apex Racing with those guys, and they were able to raise over $3,000, which was amazing, for their cause. But they had to start somewhere as well, just like us, and we're gonna probably try to kick it up. But as far as only having just over $100 for what we did on our very first try, that's $100 worth of toys for some kids, and whether it be one family, 3 families, 8 families, whatever it is, we're just, if we would have had $10, I mean, I'm sure that these guys would still be racing, because they know it's for a good cause. And of course, that's one of the things too with the Martin Sports Car Club. Yes, it is about the competition, and yes, it is about the racing, and it's also a lot about the friendship and camaraderie that everybody brings to the Martin Sports Car Club. And and in return, the club has a lot of affiliations and tight bonds with, like, the Lake County Sheriff's Office, which we do some events with them as well, partnering. There was one time, I think 5 years ago, when I was president, that some hurricanes came through and really devastated part of the area when I did live in Orlando. And we came together and decided that we were going to donate all the proceeds from a normal race that we had. All the proceeds were going to get donated to through the Lake County Sheriff's Office, but was going to go to families that needed food and supplies and medical supplies, for their children. And so we were able to give them, I think, somewhere around a $2,000 check, if I'm not mistaken. And very proud that the club is just not about racing. It's also about giving back to the community, which some other clubs do and some other clubs don't. That's completely up to them. But that's some of the purpose for our club as well. It's not just about us. It's because if you're not involved in community, wow, as Don goes through there and splits those 2 GT3 cars, as Michael Cochran is on the inside of Shane Brown going into turn 1, is going to put him a lap down in the GT3 class. So, but you know what? That's fine. And maybe Shane is on a different strategy than Michael is. Michael is very fast, and I know that his strategy is to go fast, although sometimes it may take up some more fuel, but he knows that he can make it up on track, unlike I would say someone like myself was, oh no. So there's Paul again. We're We're gonna have to check that one out, and maybe even hit the slow-mo coming through a little while. Oh, that grass. And here we go with slow motion, because it's kind of cool. Does hit that right side pod, but you know what? Not too bad. He may be able to continue on, which is good. So the one good thing, about iRacing as well is, with this session here, anybody can create a private race or practice session, and that's kind of what we did here with the Martin Sports Car Club League. Is we created our own league, and we picked the tracks and the cars, and how they race, where they race, what layout, how much fuel to put in it, and force a pit stop, make it more interesting, which is really neat. And for this particular session, we just decided to go with 4 hours, and start somewhere that's still challenging and fun. And it's going to be challenging that your ears aren't going to be bleeding or bored to death listening to me for that long. But one of the things that you can change, when you create a lot of these races, you can change the weather, the track state, how much it's rubbered in, what the temperature of everything is. You can change, the weight of the cars, how much fuel goes in it, even limit the number of tires if we wanted to. But we're not going to do that. I mean, with only 10 cars out here, we're happy to have any cars. So we're not going to try to force them into waiting around for getting their car fixed. So they have fast repairs, which is kind of neat. So all you have to do is go to the pits and park in your pit stall, and you can choose whether or not to take on new tires, take on fuel, but you can actually uncheck that as a driver if you're coordinated as you're looking for your mouse, especially if you're in VR, it's tough. But when you go through, and if you sit in your pit stall for about 2 seconds, your car will automatically repair itself back to brand new. Not the tires, but just the body work and everything that goes with it. So that was one of the options that we had for today, because we did want to have everybody keep up. And then there goes Michael Cochran again, now working his way through the GT3 field into turn 1. He says he likes that spot a lot. But here we are back to the Justin and Michael Day race. Is now they're getting through traffic as Andy takes a real close line and then wide line, but with the LMP2 cars going a bit slower through there because they have to match the speed of the GT3 car. Whoa, hold on, Justin. They can, obviously take a tighter line and tighter exit and then get on the gas quicker. So there he is. So Justin is just toying with that. He's going to pull up side, go side by side by the line, less than a tenth of a second. And there goes Justin right into second place now. Now 10 seconds back from Don, who is just on rails at this point. But this is neat, to see these guys. So I'm going to stay focused on Michael Day for a while if the SDK software will let me. Sometimes I put on an automatic and forget. Michael Day, interesting, very, very interesting person. Very, very happy to have him also in the league. He's just a very positive guy, fast racer, loves to help people. Was in the military, and what's really interesting as well is his outlook on life when it goes to racing. I did not know this until I looked on Facebook and realized that Michael did not have use of his legs, but he was getting into a racing cart, which is kind of neat. So it kind of, I wanted to know more, what was going on. And actually his job that he had at the time was helping to engineer and develop hand controls for racing, which was neat, and all the different organizations, that would be useful, and of course has to also get approved as well. And, obviously didn't want to get into, what happened. I wanted to know more or less about his racing. So he has his simulator rig at home with hand controls that I believe that he also helped develop. And so the racing that he does is just with his hands, and which is amazing because he's absolutely, again, just a fast, clean, respectable driver, and someone who has just overcome so many different challenges throughout his life, and still just have that huge passion for motorsports and doesn't let anything stop him. I mean, he's a great guy to have around. So hopefully when he gets out of the car, I can't remember, I think he might be doing, he's in a voice chat with some other people, but I know they're not on the same team. So maybe I can pop in on him and see how these guys are going. But let's find Andy Gatorick. One thing we haven't shown yet is this is a relatively flat course except for the high bank, so we're not going to do a gyro cam. Let's get inside Andrew's head as we're kind of sitting in the driver's seat, and let's take a lap through here as they are getting ready to start the cross the finish line. So they're running in the opposite direction of what the open wheel cars run when they just run the high bank. So they're running backwards, and then they included this entire infield, which is the infamous turn 1. And I did not download a track map to tell you if there's any corners. So that looks like an Indianapolis corner there, and this looks like another Indianapolis corner. And I don't even know the numbers at this point. It's just horrible as I'm a commentator, but I'm bound to fill up the next 3 hours and 23 minutes. I'm sure some people have already turned off the volume or just go ahead and muted me just to watch what's going on. But here's a short stretch on the back. Coming through a couple of tight sections, so it's really neat. It's almost like some steps. So you hit a long straight, obviously using the banks from the oval. Well, not the real oval, kind of the big circle with rectangle-ish, really. And here you can see here, getting speed. And you can see some of the track getting rubbered in as you drive around. Those are those black lines as the tires are using up the rubber and leaving it on the track. It allows for the track to be a lot more grippier. So as they come through, and you can see some of the grip there from probably one of the previous races that are permanently there. And there is your one lap with Andrew Gatorick. So I'm going to jump in voice and see if I can make this thing work.
Hello?
Hey Andy, are you there?
Sure am.
Hey man, I got you on you're the first person that is on the stream that I'm interviewing, and we are sitting, unfortunately, on your lap, so I hope we're not going to mess you up, but...
We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, so obviously driving the McLaren, your tested, tried and true favorite that you've been racing all season with the league, and tell me about some of the track conditions. How's it feel out there?
It's getting a little cooler. Crew chief's been telling me here and there that it's getting a little bit cooler. It's just dropped under 100 degrees track temperature, which is still not fantastic, but it's better than 110.
Yes. That's awesome. How your tires doing? So obviously I think it's too warm probably to double stint your first time.
I'm planning on taking tires. Well, I was planning on taking tires every stint or every stop. We'll see if it's going to keep getting cooler. I might double stint the next set. But this set for sure, I'm doing my best to manage them. They're still feeling all right. I'm also doing a little bit of fuel saving here.
Oh, yeah, obviously. Yeah, I know we did unfortunately see a small spin that you had.
Yeah, I had a couple of them.
Yeah,
I almost recreated it a few laps ago.
It's that darn rear end when it just touches that first blade of grass, doesn't it?
It's well, curbs and certain curbs and grass, yeah, for sure.
All right. Well, one thing is you're talking about the track session, the track state. It is going to get a lot cooler. I believe this was the practice session started at noon, but I think the race started what iRacing would consider afternoon, not necessarily late afternoon. I know with the 4-hour race, we should be getting into sunset, so you should have a lot cooler track, I think, coming up. So hopefully your tire choice when to change it out is going to work for you. Currently have you third in class. Behind Tennessee Region and Crucial Motorsports, which Crucial's in pit lane right now. But explain to me the big Flappa Racing title.
It's just it's sort of a meme, but it's a desert or African, like kind of a medium-sized, like small, big cat, wildcat called the caracal.
Ah,
that
did not
are,
know that.
Yeah,
I don't know how many
mentioned
people
it,
knew that either.
Yeah, they're. I think I mentioned it. It's the picture that I've had for a while. The F1 driver helmet with the cat.
Yes.
That is a caracal. Been edited in there. They're just a really cool wild cat that I enjoy quite a bit.
Yeah, I know.
And,
I know there's not a
Mickey
ton
is
of.
the big flop of because the big giant ears that they flop around.
Yeah, I was explaining to everybody out there in Streamland that why everyone's pictures have cats on them. So I had to go through all the guys that everyone still has some sort of feline on theirs as well. So I know Justin Barrera kept his cat driving the Formula One car, and I know that we did a charity event last week, and those announcers renamed him Kitty Räikkönen.
There you go.
Which was awesome. So, all right. So I'm gonna let you back at it. I know that you got some stuff to think about for pit stops coming up. So we'll check back in with you later. But
13 more laps.
Yeah, we really appreciate you letting us jump in your car with you.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, we'll check back with you later.
Take it easy.
All right, so that was Andy Gatorick, which my daughter has called Andy Gatorade. And Andy said, well, that's kind of my fault because that's what I told her it sounded like. So to come down, Friend Motorsport. So, oh yeah, it looks like Don has taken his pit stop through there, and then that moved Justin Barrera back up into the lead. Again, he's always thinking about strategy and fuel, and he does take it to the absolute end sometimes. So it leaves him in the front of the race now, leading overall, with Michael Day right behind him in tow. I have a feeling, unless one of these guys have a major issue or spin, this is going to be how a lot of this race is going to go today for these guys. They're going to be kind of glued together. It would not surprise me that these two will also pit together at the same time. So if I miss their pit stop, well, you know what? I got some other little fun things here. Here we go. So Michael Day did take his pit stop, and Don did, and Justin has not. So what? Oh, there we go. So I guess they did. Don and Justin took their pit stops, and I think Justin did one later. So there's still they still come out back into, or it is I would imagine that Justin did not take tires, and Michael did not take tires, but maybe Don did, and maybe that's sort of the strategy I was talking about earlier. With Don being out there, with a much faster lap time and much faster pace that he was running for his strategy as compared to these two. That he decided that he is going to take tires every single time, even though it costs more time, but he is able to make that up on track and have fresher tires the whole entire time. It might be time for me to get some more water, but still looking for Lexi. Have not seen her yet. At least I can go have her get me some snacks and some other stuff. Plus, it'd be nice to have a break this whole time. All right, we're going to jump in Michael Day's car. There we go. As you get a real close-up version of the back end of Justin Barrera's LMP2 car. And, oh, they're coming up on some lap traffic GT3s that look like they're fighting out, and they are staying out wide. But how is this going to end up playing out? So we're going to pan out here. So, whoa, Michael Day, hold on to it, buddy. Yep, got the back end airborne. Oh, and these guys, Nicholas gets into the back of Shane Brown, gives him a little nudge, and moves forward as now he goes absolutely wide and just about runs over the DRS sign. And you know, now Don is working around those two guys. Look at, he split them right down the middle as Shane now gets back in front from where he was. So traffic really made things a lot crazy for those 5 drivers as they move through. So keeping the pitch strategy graphic that's up there, have not seen the GT3 cars come in for an official stop. So we'll keep an eye on the timing tower, see if we can find out when they are. Is first guys. So there's Don throwing a 117 with the other two. Of course, traffic, you know, is account for some of that, but Don made the best work of that traffic and was able to make up a couple seconds on the guys in front. So this is going to get interesting here as they start getting closer. Oh, Michael Day's got a little connection issue, or maybe that was Justin. I'm sorry. And let's get our track map back up. There we go. See Michael Cochran going on to the high banks there. I wouldn't really say high banks. High banks is more of a Daytona thing. Just maybe the banks. Daytona banking is like 33 or 31.5 degrees, somewhere around. I mean, it is steep. It's almost like walking up a wall, almost. And Indianapolis is not quite as banked as Daytona is. So we'll just say the banks. Let's stay on this front camera here because I have a feeling it's going to get interesting as Don just hammers on the brakes at the very last possible second. Made up a lot of space on these two guys, and it seems like Michael Day's car is not having any issues after having the back end launched after his little off-track excursion. As I say that, commentators curse. His car is just wiggling from side to side, back and forth, trying to get every ounce of grip out of it, and still some of the GT3s are crossing the line and not pitting quite yet. But this is going to be a good view here, I think, for the next lap or two. As Don, again, different strategy, much more aggressive than I think these two guys are going. And let's see how that's going to work out for him. As you see, Michael Day all crossed up, trying to get on the power, coming out onto the bank section. But this is where Don is going to cash in right here, as he is going to get I don't know if it's quite long enough to get the double draft, but Michael got such a, you know, the best launch he can out of there. Looks like we'll stay on board here for another one. Is just an inside peek, because I think it's more of a defend as what he wanted to do. He wanted to defend away from Don coming through, and not so much give a peek to Justin. But I think these guys are very happy running nose to tails. Now Justin now takes a more defensive line, as these guys are just all over the place. There's multiple lines from each one of these cars. Oh, Michael Day is going everywhere. He's mowing the grass. He's over the curb. I think he is ready to move on and make sure that Don, you know, stays behind him. So we see Nicholas in pit lane, getting his car fixed and some tires and fuel maybe. So these cars just sound, they don't sound like a V8, but there's a V8 in there. So Michael Day, another great launch, as they're going to go, oh my goodness, this is going to be 3 wide at the line. I can't even stay in this view. It's crazy. You just got to see, look at that. 3 wide as they cross the yard of bricks going through, and Michael Day doesn't know who to draft, but he wants to draft somebody. He's trying to get everything he can, as Don moves into second place, and now is going to give pressure to Justin as he moves through. But look at this on the outside. Michael Day takes it wide. Oh, again, four-wheel slide out of him. I hope he's not going to be burning up his tires so much that he doesn't have anything left to move and keep forward, especially because he just had a pit stop 7 laps ago, so he still has a handful of laps, 20 laps maybe, at least 30-40 minutes going through there. As there's Michael Cochran moving off to the side. Thank you for that. Such a nice gesture. Shane Brown shown as having a crash, but we're going to get to that since it's a replay. We can wait on that one as these three guys still moving through. We're going to move the camera view out to see all within a second of each other still. And I think Michael Day maybe slowing down a little bit to cool down his tires, as I think Chris Wells just put in his fastest lap, a 127 in there, so that's good. They're still moving forward. This is a new track for a lot of us. We have not officially used this in one of our seasons for the Martin Sports Car Club League, but now that we're using it for this, it is absolutely will be one of those. So for anybody who is watching, there goes the move. Looks like he was setting up wide for maybe an inside over-under move, but it's a long corner to be trying to over-under, because you can always correct for so long. So you see these top three coming here up on Chris Wells. So Don, I don't think he'll be really pushing too hard here in the corners unless Justin makes a mistake. He'll just probably wait to use the draft as they're coming up to that here soon, as the power is on right there, back end's wiggling, trying to find some grip. And even though Chris is there, it's not going to give a lot of help to Justin. And here comes Don getting the full effect of the draft by Justin. And Justin trying to weave back and forth, but he understands, he's got the draft, and he's going to live to fight another day. So there is Don back into the lead lap, the leader of the lap, I should say, of the race overall. As Michael Cochran, a 125.524 for his fastest lap. So I guess the tires are still good. Track temp is cooling down and the fuel is burning off. So we're going to go back to some replays. This one is Shane Brown saying he crashed. He may have overshot turn one, and I would imagine that he probably took tires. Yep, it just pushed and pushed and pushed. So yeah, he took tires. Oh, you better not, hope he didn't get a penalty for the wrong way. All right, no harm, no foul. He's good. And then also Justin Delano had an incident. Maybe same thing. Maybe turn one again. Oh, got on that curb. Yep, we all know that Audi loves to wiggle that back end. So yeah, curbs are not always the fan of Audi. Although this car has been tweaked by iRacing every so often, and it seems to be one of the it cars for some of the classes. So glad he did not wreck anything, and he is still moving forward and still waiting. We're going to keep this pit stop strategy up here, this graphic, a little while longer. I mean, we're running 54 minutes. So as I was saying earlier, 52 to 55 is a general length for a lot of the GT3 cars. And of course it's track dependent, so they may get another lap or two out of that to extend it out another minute and a half. But they should be coming in shortly. Wish I had access to a lot of the team's telemetry, but I know I'm actually registered as a driver and it doesn't allow me to see any of that information. Even when I go to their dashboards, like in car, it will only give you so much information. It will not tell you anything about fuel or something else. And there goes Andy Gatorick. If you didn't see that, he was actually using the draft of Nicholas, which is also going to help out Don as he gets a not quite a double draft, but just because there are two cars in there. But Don gets through clean, and now Michael Day did pass Let's see. Did pass Justin. Let's take a look at that. So, oh, yep, there he goes. Turn one move using the draft, getting on the brakes nice and clean. And there's Justin again. Of course, the view is very limited out of these P2 cars, which I think you guys have maybe seen a little bit already. Yeah, there you go. I mean, you really can't see out the sides of these things. And if you're racing on a single monitor setup, it's so difficult. Hold on, Michael. Scrub those fronts, man. Stay on there. And when you're in VR, obviously you turn your head and you can see it. It does make it easier. But even with triples, you do get to see out the side, but it is tough. There's not a lot of open view. You don't get a big giant windshield like you do in the GT3 cars. So it does make it tough, especially when you're looking for reference points. And what you use for a reference point, may not, work, in every particular scenario if you change your line, which is also interesting. You can just see the power of these things as he is railing through the gears, going through, which is just amazing. So back to Andy, and 39 laps for the GT3 cars that have not pit yet, which is interesting. So these GT3 cars are only showing 3 laps back, and all the GT3s are showing on the same lap, which is good. But I know, was it Team Send It, which is Shane and Nicholas Vincent, are getting dangerously close to getting a lap off of the first 4 or 5 guys in the GT3 class. All right, sorry, I took a little bit of water break there. So, all right, there's Justin Delano. There he goes, moving and working through traffic with Shane Brown. And I think that was planned that way. I don't think that was for position, if I'm understandable. Yeah, that's that puts Justin Delano in 3rd, behind Andy and Michael Cochran. And speaking of Michael Cochran, there he is. Doing a good job in the Porsche, which is great. I mean, he is ultimately a super fast driver. Very good with setups and tweaking setups. He'll take maybe a bot setup and still tweak it even further, especially for him and see what works for him. It's obviously everyone has a different driving style. But he's won a couple races. Can't remember if it was 2 or 3 this last season. But it was nice, and I know that his teammate Ali Belanger, which usually is with us for all these events, couldn't make it this weekend. But those guys being on the same team has really helped out. Tennessee Region SCCA team in the Team Cup, and but it was tough. So the Team Cup, I'll explain that. While we still have 3 hours left, not just to explain the Team Cup, but so what we do in our league, we pretty much have 25, 30 drivers religiously each week. And we have assigned teams of drivers. And there's the Martin Sports Car Club, Shut Up and Drive It, Friend Motorsport, Tennessee Region SCCA, and Zane Plumbing Motorsports. And there are teams that are already made, like Shut Up and Drive It. Their team was always together, so we keep them together. And also, same thing with Zane Plumbing Motorsports, Friend Motorsports, Martin Sports Car Club. So there's a core group of drivers that we keep on their team, and then some of the stragglers that are not with them, we'll separate them to try to even out, points to make it more interesting. So as the drivers cross the line, as they're starting to go into pit lane, as the drivers cross the line, the top 3 drivers from each team scores, the points they have for their individual championships are added together. So the top 3 guys, and then they accumulate, each week, throughout the whole entire race of the season. So this last season was 20 races, our longest yet. Don't know if it'll be that way for next season. But I used to run 10, then we went to 12, I think, for one season. Then we went to like a super season of 20 where we did 10 races, a break, and then 10 races again. So still playing with what works best for the group. But even after 20 races, the Martin Sports Car Club came out on top as far as the winner of the Team Cup championship, which is good. And I'll have to go back and look, but I knew it was close. I think it was Zane Plumbing Motorsports maybe moved into second, Friend Motorsport in third, Tennessee Region in fourth, Shut Up and Drive It in fifth. So it was interesting. A lot of the teams, they all have to deal with personal life and adversity, as far as like a couple of the guys on the Shut Up and Drive It ended up moving, so they weren't available for a few weeks. Tennessee Region, same thing, have guys that travel for work and weren't able to put in 3 actual drivers that will accumulate points. So it was interesting the way it worked, but it was nonetheless, it does add another dimension of something that's a lot more fun to keep everything going. All right, so here we go. There is all your GT3 guys. So they made it in about 61, 62 minutes. It's interesting. So we're going to see here as Justin Delano came in. Oh, and there's a driver change. So now we're going to have Jason. There we go. Aaronsburg. Yep, sorry about that. Took me a little bit of a second. Jason's a name we haven't seen before. So there goes Andy. He is getting tires. So he said it is very warm out there. And of course, just like in real life, the sim is programmed that you put all the fuel in first, and then you get your tires, so they're not doing the same thing. So whatever regs are happening in real life is how they change and program iRacing, obviously to mirror it, which is kind of neat. So, all right, off the air jack stands, Andy is away, and Jason is now waiting for his tires. So if you see the team name on the windshield banner there, Cold Camo Racing. So apart from having that great livery for Toys for Tots, which I appreciate, they also have the camo in the background, which is really cool. So with that, might need a lap, or probably a lap, just to get everything back in order, as everyone now is between turn 1 and turn 4. So the 2/3 of the second half of the course is completely unoccupied by anybody. So if there's some corner workers out there who want to pick up some carbon fiber or throw down some oil dry or something, I mean, that was your chance to do it. Which is interesting. That is something that iRacing said that they would not mind working on, but it is not in their top 50 things that they want to work on, was having actual corner workers react to something like somebody crashes into a concrete barrier at 100 miles an hour and a corner worker's 10 feet away. Right now the guy's still looking like he's just a zombie. So they thought about that. They have changed, and added some animation, a lot more animation to the starter person, and also to a couple of the guys in the pits, which is kind of neat. All right, so back through now, things have been shaken up quite a bit, and I don't see anything in my software that said anybody had an issue, but you can see there we go, there's Don, so we'll go ahead and change, there we go, so you can see some of the speeds. Don's still leading the race as he's coming around to Andy. Andy's taking it easy, I'm sure, with those cold tires, especially at the track temp. It'll take him maybe a lap, maybe 2, get them up to speed. As looks like Kevin Medina, just saw Martin Sports Car Club set a fastest time. So yeah, Kevin Medina got into the car and gave Chris Wells a break, so he's taking the second stint. Michael Day is still holding on to second place, and there's Justin Barrera. It's a great livery. Love the chromatic reflection and colors on that car. That was pretty neat. And there's Aaron, I'm sorry, not Aaron, that's actually Paul. which is interesting. So Aaron couldn't make the race because he had some other engagements. I think he was out of town or something, and found someone else to drive, which was Paul. And I'm not sure the whole story here, but I know as the race was about to start, he was supposed to run with somebody else, if I'm not mistaken, and or maybe it is Aaron. I'm not sure. It was somebody with Aaron. Paul was supposed to go over and use Aaron's rig, but Paul was locked out outside and forgot to leave a key. So I might have to jump in. I don't see the guys in the chat. So somehow, if you guys do rewatch this, let me know what that story is. That'd be interesting. I was looking at the Discord chat about Aaron saying a rescue key is on the way, for Paul is locked outside of his house. So I thought Paul might have been driving this car, but that is definitely Andy in the LMP2 in livery that he used when he raced with us a few seasons ago when we had that. Let's see. Nick Vincent went off track. What happened here? Back end sliding and just keep sliding. So he was able to catch it, which is good. Now he's just ice skating, grass skating to get that thing back. So good thing he didn't damage it. And with that, he is in, as far as the team goes, 5th place. And it looks like he's a minute 23 back from the Martin Sports Car Club. So here is Kevin Medina, and that's his paint scheme that he originally had before he found trading paints. And Kevin Medina is currently on the board. He is the events director for the Martin Sports Car Club and does spend his off time racing on iRacing with the Martin Sports Car Club, which is really neat as well. So he's kind of our eyes and ears as a conduit for between us and the league. As an interesting story here, which will lead up to what I was just talking about. So 2020, as everybody pandemic hit, everybody stayed home, everyone wore masks, no one was allowed to gather in a group of 10 and all that crazy stuff going on. So I would say 5 or 6 months of the Martin Sports Car Club, who generally runs a monthly autocross around Central Florida, had to cancel events. And because of that, there was no racing. And I had recently in 2018 moved away from Orlando as president of the Martin Sports Car Club and moved up to Tennessee for reasons and work. And I was on iRacing since there's things called seasons up here, which is interesting. They don't race all year round in areas where they have winters. So I decided that I was going to, in the fact that there was no racing going on, that I would help get people who were interested into iRacing and kind of, get them into, just learning how to iRace, getting their rigs set up, and help them get parts and pieces from other people. And a lot of guys donated some old parts, which was great, and got the iRacing League started, which our first season was only 6 races. It was in the Miata. It was baseline setup, so it was all even, and it was all free tracks. So that way the people that were just starting, paying money for wheels and pedals and stuff like that, didn't have to spend any extra money to have fun. So the first race, I believe we had 8 or 9 guys, and thought it would be kind of neat if I went ahead, I saved the broadcast. So I'd race in it, save the broadcast, and then come back the next night. And I didn't have any overlay software, nothing that you see on the screen right now. I was using the iRacing regular controls, the bars is what they call it, to commentate the race, and it was just, Britishly speaking, bloody awful. It was so bad. I was so embarrassed. I think I used the same phrase a little bit, probably 17 or 18 times in this half-hour video. So I definitely needed some help. So I did the same thing the next week, and my Lexi, who was 7 at the time, decided to, kind of chime in. So we shared a microphone back and forth, which didn't quite work out so well. So then I was, in the market looking for different options for audio, but she stuck with it week in, week out. Every Wednesday I'd race, and every Thursday she would help record a broadcast. And she definitely brought a new dynamic to the broadcast. Being a 7-year-old who never raced a car, did drive on the sim once in a while, so she kind of understood a little bit about what was going on, but doesn't understand the science behind it. But it was neat, to see it from her eyes. But all of a sudden I think somebody had like a purple car that was a regular color, and she loved it so much, and that's when we decided that we're going to create the Lexi Livery Award, which later got turned into the Car Dress Up Award that she said one time because she forgot it was called livery. And JG from Grassroots Motorsports said, yep, you got to keep that name. So last season it ended up being the Lexi Car Dress Up Award, who had the prettiest or awesome livery that caught Lexi's eye, and posted that on social media each week. So the club, the iRacing League, has grown again from like 8 drivers to consistent 25, 28 drivers each week. And I know in Discord we're right about 100 people in Discord. We do see a lot of guys that come in and out, which is again, it's just, you need having racing so much, you need a big base in order for a lot of people to keep racing. And so earlier in the season this year, Kevin Medita has finally made back to the point, big gigantic circle. Kevin Medita made the leap and got into iRacing, and I know he came in like in the middle of a season with GT3 cars, and he may kill me, but I mean, by saying, but he was absolutely all over the place, and I mean that, because the front end, the back end was here, there, everywhere. He was just trying to understand, the difference of how to get the speed out of the car and get the feel out of the car, because you don't feel it. You just sit into a chair, and not everyone has motion rigs. Sometimes, which I don't think is all that worth it anyway. But you do have to have a decent set up as far as your wheel and the base of how it reacts to the programming of what's happening in the sim, to help you understand what's happening with the cars, back end sliding, front end pushing. So with a lot of work, he was able to get all his equipment dialed in, and all of a sudden this last season he has just turned it on. It has gained seconds per lap almost everywhere we went. And you can see in that, Michael Cochran here is taking tow. So he's turned it on and has got a few top 10 finishes. Definitely helped out in points, for the team. So it's nice to see somebody who came in, cold, and took some time and a lot of effort and a lot of practice as well. Whoa, commentator's curse is getting a little crazy there, here and there and everywhere. And again, just really turned it on, and is a great helpful guy as well. And definitely, I think somebody that would be fun, to commentate with, because he is not short on words as well, which is also interesting. But seeing these guys going at it, so I've talked, I've not moved the camera around much, so my apologies to guys that are watching it, because I know some of the guys will actually go back and watch the stream and check out how they did, and what kind of moves they did, or what kind of coverage, or what crazy things I was saying about them. But here's Don. Again, different strategy, but has worked for him. Has now worked himself to an 19 second gap now over Michael Day in second place. And I didn't quite do the math for the LMP2s, so I don't know if they're able to get with a full stop, full length of stint, and get it down without a splash at the end. So maybe Michael did, and maybe Justin did. So it makes it interesting to see how this is going to play out. But I can I can say just by looking at it from what I know, Don is just going as fast as he can all day. Probably just going to lay down as much fast times as he can, and hopefully, you know, with the splash at the end, it'll be really quick, and that'll keep him out front. So with Michael Day in second, and then Justin is 28 seconds back from that, and looks like we got some replays to watch here. So Justin Barrera, I think this is where he lost some time. Oh, front end was in a slide. Oh, took a little damage, unfortunately. Hopefully that did not hurt him. I don't see him where he went into the pits though, but that's fine. Nope, he is back at it. So yeah, you can see a little damage. Yet the front nose is pushed in. He's going to run that car all the way out, I'm sure, unless it's so bothersome. Shouldn't hurt downforce too much here at this track. It's really a medium to low downforce. Not quite a medium and not quite a low. It's kind of a little bit in between. Anything more than that, and it just slows you down. Plus the grip or wear level, I should say, here at Indianapolis is like it is in real life. So it's a track that really cuts up the tires, really wears out the tires. So if you have a high downforce setup, it may be fast at first, but is absolutely not. So it looks like Chris Wells is in the commentary booth.
Good afternoon, Mr. Zane.
Hey, there you are. How long were you waiting? Because I got a million buttons to look at. How's your first stint was pretty clean. How do you think it went?
Well, Kevin is definitely the faster driver. I tend to be the more consistent driver. My lap times were all upper 27s to 28.0s and stuff. But unfortunately, he's had a couple situations on track already. But his lap times are definitely keeping up the pace.
Well, since I know the stream, if you are watching the stream, is usually about 30 seconds behind, but I am going to show the replay. I just noticed that it did say that Kevin Medina had a crash. So I'm going to go ahead and highlight on that. So it looks like back end just kind of slid around, just a very slow slide. So
yes, it was a very slow slide, no contact.
Yeah. So yeah, worked out for him. He's I ended up spending a lot of time, you know, talking about Kevin when he first got into the car, because I'd talking about you, and I still have a lot more stuff to talk about you. So when you get into the car next, I'm sorry. But
yes, I heard that you missed. You switched right to me as I missed turn one. I missed my break point of one.
Oh, I didn't get it?
No, I heard that you did.
Oh yes, yeah. Running, as you know, running live, I have every single thing that happens on track, so I can always go back and do a replay. So that's good. So what do you think of the conditions so far?
The conditions are much better than our practice race that we did. I felt like I had a lot better control with the car. The car did not get as tail happy as previously, and that, I'm guessing it's got to be because of the lower temperatures.
So with that, so obviously as you mentioned, you're saying Kevin is your hot shoe, and you're more the steady driver, which is usually my more style, as well. That's the approach that I take in endurance racing. What do you guys have planned for the next set of pit stops and tire strategy? Have you guys talked about that?
We know we don't have the pace to keep up with Michael Cochran, and he is just so incredibly fast, so incredibly consistent out there. I enjoyed following him for one lap to see some of his lines. So our kind of pit strategy is each of us are going to drive an hour, and we're going to take full fuel and swap tires every time we pit. Okay.
Well, yeah, it's not a bad strategy here. I mean, obviously, like you said, it is tough. I mean, and what's interesting, I'm sure you saw that Michael Cochran is actually in a Porsche 911, which is a car that he normally does not drive a lot, and is still just blisteringly fast. So yeah, I agree. Between the rabbit and the hare, Oh, rabbit hare, the hare and the tortoise. I haven't even started drinking bourbon yet. Can you believe that?
Oh,
It looks like you guys are, in for the long haul, and obviously stay consistent because you never know what's going to happen in this race. I know there's only 10 cars, but there's still some issues. We've already seen a couple car-to-car contacts, especially with the closing speeds of the LMP2. Has that been a problem for you guys yet?
no, Kevin was a great spotter for me. Even though I'm watching my relative, he's also coaching me and telling me where they are and what side they're going to be taking my inside or going on the outside. So I'm a conservative driver, so I'm not battling for positions with them, so to say. So I usually give up some throttle there, let them by, make it easy, try not to make any sort of contact. Don't want to upset them either.
So here, that brings up an interesting point because I dabbled this a little bit, talking about Kevin making the switch from real life racing to digital racing, and knowing that you and I have a long history at autocross on tracks, and your Mazda that you have is your Miata is just obviously amazingly hooked up because I've been in it before. And how do you feel, like the big differences of learning the sim from the real world? What are some of the things that you think have been the easiest and not so easy?
Probably the most difficult part is not getting the sensation of speed in the sim world. Like in this BMW, we're approaching 165 miles an hour on this front straight. My Miata will never get that type of a speed. However, you can also sense when you're coming into a turn, the amount of speed that you're going and the braking pressure that you need. The sim world doesn't have that, so you gotta really, really concentrate on muscle memory of when you need to start applying the brakes with these faster cars, because the cars that work on is nothing like my Miata. Even though the wing on the back of this BMW may be similar to the wing on the back of my Miata. So I do have some aero, but it's just the sensation of speed just is not there.
Would you say there's things that you've learned on the sim that actually helped you in real life?
Actually, not so much so on the track, but on an autocross. With the sim, I do a lot more throttle maintenance, and instead of just stabbing the throttle coming out of a turn, it's a squeezing of the throttle. Mm-hmm. And I've actually encountered that a couple times in an autocross where I needed to squeeze and not stab, and that helped out a lot. On a track, it's a little bit different.
Yeah, one of the things I think I learned that helped me. So before I got into like official races, and definitely way before the league that we have with the Martin Sports Car Club, I did like you. I had iRacing that was just for a test session, to get familiar with the track, before actually taking our real cars out to the real world track. And I think the one thing that really helped me was helping control and catch, front end slides or rear slides. It made me understand that, how to work the wheel, even earlier to help, catch, a lot of issues that may happen. So, not every time is just a big gigantic loop and into a wall.
Absolutely. As you had mentioned, starting off in iRacing, doing it as test sessions. I did that. Well, that was the whole primary reason for me getting into iRacing, is I was going to be traveling to all these tracks that I've actually never physically driven before, and it gave me the opportunity to learn the track and know the turn numbers of the track, and also realize that the next turn that's coming up is a right-hander, the one after that's a left-hander, it's a medium speed left-hander, and that's, to me, pays dividends in going to a new track, and you've already got an idea of what to expect.
Correct. So let's just say, I know that you went to Watkins Glen, I think last year.
No, I think it was 2016 or 2017.
Oh, I thought it was a little later than that. Anyway, but you had iRacing, and I'm sure you practiced Watkins Glen before you went there. When
It
you
was
so you
2016.
yeah, so you put in a ton of time on the sim, and then you actually went there in person. How much? What did you think? Like, did you recognize certain things that you saw in the sim that helped you, or were you concentrating on like, hey, wait, that's not the way it is in the sim? What was your first initial like impression in your first session when you got there in real life?
Well, the first impression, we rolled in. This is a Memorial Weekend, so it's the end of May, and we roll in on a Friday night, and we're unloading the cars, and all of a sudden, all this white stuff starts dropping from the clouds. Like, what the heck? It's May, and they're getting snow flurries. So, yeah, I wasn't expecting that. But as far as the track, when driving in the iRacing, and you're going through the boot and all that part, in iRacing, those walls just made me so nervous, thinking that what's it going to be like in real life, that there is no shoulder of the track between the track and the wall. And once I got out onto track, I wasn't afraid. The walls did not scare me as much. And I think doing the iRacing, knowing that those walls were there, was something that just said, you know what, they're there, be ready for it. And so when I got onto the track, I never got into a situation where the walls were made me nervous.
So overcome some what if scenarios in your head, so you could really concentrate on, why you were there, which was the actual track day itself. So so obviously that was the first time you were there, and I think that was when it was on your bucket list, wasn't it?
Watkins was on my bucket list, and I would say it is my favorite track, other than it's 1,200 miles away. The following weekend, we headed over to Massachusetts and did Homer, which is a track that's pretty much just carved out of a mountain. And that was a whole different kind of experience, because you basically, the curbing is not there for you to use. The curbing there is to prevent the rocks from rolling onto the track.
Oh my. That could be interesting. Did you ever happen to post a video from that?
I do have a video of it, yes.
You may have to put a link in Discord. I think we need to see that.
I'd be glad to do that. And it was actually one of my scariest moments on a track. There was a Factory 5 Daytona Coupe that I was behind. And there's this one turn, I believe it's turn 5, or it's either 5 or 6, and it's a second gear turn, and you're going uphill. So as we came out of the turn, he goes off to the side to let me do a pass. And I'm like, what are you doing? I have no torque. Why am I even going to try to attempt to pass you going up a hill? So I wave him off. He calls back in line. I start following him again. I said, you know what? But I'm going to stick with him. Just see how the Miata through the turns handles compared to big V8 torque.
Mm-hmm.
And we start approaching turn 8, and it's a fast left-hander for me, about an 85 mile an hour fourth gear turn. And I noticed he was about a car and a half width off the apex. And I'm like, this isn't going to end well for him. Because he's not lifting either. And then I saw the car tracking out further, and then all of a sudden hits the tire wall and the rocks, and the tail end's up in the air, the cloud of smoke, debris is flying everywhere, and I'm just trying to figure out where to go. Gut reaction, 2 feet in rule, and it put me into a spin.
Oh.
And I ended up collecting the debris from the tires and the rocks into the passenger side of my car, and then I ended up rolling backwards down the hill towards turn 9.
Yeah, backwards is not fun.
It was not fun, and the corner worker was couldn't get over to where their car is or was, and so he's talking through my passenger window, asking if I can see if the driver is moving. Thankfully, he was.
Yeah, and that's that particular car is it's a kit car, so I mean it's sort of a cage-ish. I mean, I know there's better prepped ones than other ones, unfortunately. So I mean, glad he had something as well. But you don't have a full cage in your car.
I do not, and that's something I've been struggling with for many years. And what I did find interesting, because this was through one of the track organizations, Chin Track Days, and they tend to get a higher caliber and a better financed driver at their events. And so when I went over and talked to the driver after the situation, and also to see how bad the car was, and it was just horrific. He said he knew exactly what he did. He was watching his mirrors. He knew I was behind him, and he just forgot about driving. He was looking at his mirrors. And he said, but it doesn't matter. Factory 5 racing is only a couple hours away. I'll just head over there afterwards and order my new parts right from them.
Yeah, if you're ever back in that area, I was very fortunate that when I was visiting my wife's family for Christmas a few years ago, one of the things I wanted to do was go over and go to the Factory 5, area, where they build things, and found out that they actually had tours. The day that my brother-in-law and I happened to walk in, the tour guide that day did not show up that they had, so we ended up getting a private tour for the both of us from the owner of Factory 5. So which was neat because it was just a small tour and it was him. We were able to see a lot more than the normal tour, so we were able to cross over the yellow line that you're not supposed to cross, and sit in some prototype stuff. And at the time they were working on, I guess, that Subaru powered one. What do they call that? The 9.
Yeah, I forgot what that one's called. But
I forgot that one's called. But yeah, they were still in development phase of that one, and it was neat that we were able to put our hands and butts in the seat, as they were putting that car together, which is neat. And all he said was, "I'm not going to make you sign anything, but just don't take pictures or tell anybody." So it was really neat. So I tell anybody that if they're ever in that area, is definitely worth the shot to go in there. If you're a car guy, it's really neat, what they've done and stuff. And we actually know our mutual friend, Leland Giddens, does have a Factory 5 with the Type 65.
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah,
and
the Daytona
the coupe
prototype, or coupe looking, yes.
Yeah, and I have not seen his in person, but I hear it on the video whenever he takes it to the barber, and that thing just sounds monstrous. I know it's a handful right now. He's still working on some of the handling aspect of it, but then all of a sudden got into this cater room. So going all through that story, I wanted to say, so you've been in his cater room, and you had a not so fortunate event with it. What I'll let you explain, but how, obviously, Leland's is a fast driver, and so is his dad, and they're in this cater room, and I've seen them at the top of the timing charts a lot. So really, what is with that car that, how would you can say what makes it, so different between just light and power? I mean, it definitely handles different. So what are the big differences there? And as you tell your story of what happened when you drove the car?
It's pretty much just a giant go-kart. I mean, it's no other way to describe it. It is a go-kart. It doesn't have power steering, doesn't have power brakes. The footwell is insanely narrow. They even told me wear the narrowest shoes you own because you don't have any room to move your feet. To try to make the story short, basically I kept getting reruns. It was a windy day, and the winds were knocking down the cones, and then the car that was in front of me would stop because there was a cone down. And so I kept getting all these reruns, and every run felt great. So on this I think this is going to be my 4th rerun. I said, you know what, I'm going to push it a little bit harder. Well, unfortunately, I pushed it a little too hard on an exit of a turn, and the left side of the car collected 3 cones. It was a row of cones. And I heard the explosion of fiberglass. The rear driver's fender just exploded, and fiberglass went everywhere. And so yeah, that is not anything I've ever wanted to be a part of. When somebody lets me borrow their car, is to wreck it, and it's unfortunate. And Leland, coolest guy you'll ever meet. I got back in the pits and I'm like, okay, I'm done. He goes, no, get back out there and get another run. You can do it. And I was like, I don't want to do this. I go, you tell me what it's going to cost to fix, and I'll pay it. He goes, you're not paying for anything. Go out there, get your runs done. Jesus. So, coolest guy that he did that. I did end up paying for it because I forced myself onto him with my wallet and said, here, take this money. And but at the end of the day, we were the top 3 finishers of the fastest time of the day, all within a 10th of a second of each other. And I'll be, if I'm a 10th behind even John, his dad, who is insanely fast, I'll take a 10th over that.
Any day.
Any day.
What power plant is in there?
I believe it's the Ford EcoTech or something like that. It's the 240 horsepower 4-cylinder.
Wow. Oh, so almost not a Focus.
Yeah, I don't know what engine it was originally in.
Yeah, but interesting enough. So, so you said EcoBoost, so it's got some turbo on it.
No, it doesn't. I say EcoBoost just because that's like the Ford brand name, but it is not turbocharged.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. I wonder if it's their 2.7. Yeah, it'd be interesting. I'll have to hit up Leland, ask him what's in that thing, because obviously, every time he posts a video with his helmet cam or camera strapped to the back, brace or the top tube or something, it's just his hands are 100 miles an hour, and the car's going in one direction, which is opposite than his hands at the second. So it's we all know it's an absolute handful.
And that's the way you really have to drive it. Like I said, you got to think of it as a go-kart. It is, you get throttle oversteer easy, and then if you get onto the brakes way too hard, that back end's going to want to whip around on you. So you actually manage a lot of the car using the throttle.
Man, yeah, it'd be interesting. I'd love to test that out sometime. That'd be kind of neat.
How do I say this kindly?
I won't fit.
Yeah. We may have to get some lubrication on your hips to fit into the seat.
That's okay. We can take the passenger seat out, and I'll just put one foot in each wheel well.
Just straddle the trans tunnel.
Yep. Oh, that's funny.
Well, see, this is I'm still watching the race, and Kevin's doing 26, so he is 2 seconds a lap faster than me. That's why I had him qualify. He's got the pace that I don't have. I've got the consistency, but he's got the speed.
Man, but again, that's part of the team, though. I mean, even the professional guys. I mean, when they put their teams together for 24-hour Le Mans, they got their hot shoes, and then they also have the guys that are consistent, and then they got their night drivers. So, yeah, you can't be about it. I mean, every team is built, the same way for different reasons. I mean, there's, especially like Daytona, the night driver is technically like the most consistent and the easiest on equipment to make it through the night, so that way they can sometimes quad stint and they can save 30 or so seconds, which doesn't sound like much in a 24-hour race, but honestly it is. So yeah, so it's every driver's got their place, and not everyone can be consistent, because the fast guys obviously are on a much more razor's edge, and they run a higher risk, but you fast or slow, you still got to get the car home.
Absolutely, and you've known me long enough, especially with this iRacing part, that Mike, I'm not going to be the fast guy. I know I'm not going to win the race, but I want to bring home a clean car and try to get as few X's as possible.
Yeah, and this league is not the easiest thing in the world.
Since this is live, I will say that if Mark Burt is watching this, he and I are going to have a chat about the practice race where he's getting ready to overtake me on and take it. He was already the class leader, and I was getting ready to be lapped, and he decides to rear-end me going into turn one.
That seems to be a common theme for your races lately. Unfortunately, is getting a lot of other people's front bumpers and such. So hopefully that's over with as everyone takes a break and coming into 2022. You know, and I say that just because I see sort of that trend. You know, season 2 for me, I think it was a 12 race season, and I only had 4 races that I did not get taken out or hit. So I completely get it. So hopefully we'll
I totally get it.
Yeah, it just seems to be a rhythm of something. Not quite sure what it is, but I know it was Kevin for a little bit, and you know, then so we'll see. We'll put some. We'll have a bourbon toast and see if we can't get rid of that bad juju.
And I just, as I say, that Mark Burt and I are going to have words about it, because Mark is another one of those drivers. To me, he's quite humble. He's always fast, and for him to kind of do that, which was kind of weird, because he had the win, and it was on lap 57 of 60 laps. So it's kind of weird.
Yeah, and you never know, and that's racing. Is we're watching racing right now with your teammate.
Switch over to Kevin.
Yeah, I'm on him right now.
There you go.
Yeah, he and Jason running side by side, going through the front stretch. Looks like Kevin's picking up the last of the draft that he can.
And I know you're excited because there's an Audi on the racetrack.
And you know what? I'm pretty sure you've seen the livery that's on that car. They did a custom red, white, and green Christmas one, and they actually have the Toys for Tots logos on the car, a wreath on the front, Merry Christmas on the back, and a Christmas tree on the roof.
That is awesome. That is so great that a team got into the spirit of what this race is about. It is the Toys for Tots and the charity that we're doing it for. It's for the kids, and I love that they really went all in on it.
Yeah, us too, which is interesting because they're not even like normal guys that we race with in the league, which is neat. So we're just one of those that we grabbed outside of our league that happened to show up today. So yeah, we're very happy to have him. I was saying earlier, someone did rear end them as well, one of the LMP2 cars. But I'm about to rewind this thing to like lap number like 3 or 4 when the car was clean, and actually use that as our title picture or screenshot, to talk about the race, because it's a really cool looking car.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm happy that they did that.
All right, well, I got a note on Discord from Michael Cochran, who is a sound engineer, and he said something about when the people call and talk that there's a slapback. I'm not exactly sure what that is, so I don't know if it's kind of you said a slapback delay, so I'm gonna have to make some, probably hang up with you for a little bit and work on some picking which mic goes where and what to what stream, and see if we can't fix this thing.
All right. Well, would it have anything to do that I do push to talk?
Nope, I don't think it has anything with do that. Oh, so he's typing again. Check my audio settings in OBS. So what I actually think it is it's Lexi's mic is still in the area, so it's picking up what's on the television coming out. So you're talking through Discord, but then it's picking up on the mic. So I think that's maybe where it's coming from.
Copy that. Well, it's been great talking with you, sir.
Yep, you too.
I got to get back to my spotting of Kevin, and look forward to possibly talking to you after my second stint.
All right, sounds good. And if not, I'll definitely be in Florida at the end of the week, so we'll definitely be talking then.
Awesome. And I do need to talk to you before then, so I will shoot you a text probably sometime tomorrow.
All right, sounds good, man. Thank you, Chris. All right, so that was Chris Wells that had given us some time, and Michael Cochran's telling us maybe have to some settings or something I gotta check on. With him living in the area, I'm pretty sure that before the next season starts, that I'm gonna have Michael over here, and we're going to figure this thing out once and for all to make this thing bulletproof. And I'll take a bunch of notes, and I know I have a mixer somewhere that he'll probably understand more than I do as far as making the commentary much better. All right, so I do hate to do this, but I am going to take a break. Been at it for an hour and 46 minutes. I've run out of water, and I don't have any bourbon, and I don't have Lexi. She was supposed to come up here and give me a break. So I will take a small break, and I will be back, and I'll put it on an automatic camera setting and enjoy the sounds.
Because we told her don't bother us. That's why she hasn't come up. You can tell her she can come up. Yeah, we told her don't bother her. You're not supposed to come up. She's really listening this time. I don't know, honey. Just continue on enjoying listening to you. I just don't know if I can do it up to next year. It just feels like it fell out of the socket. Don't go downstairs. I'm trying to get it where I can go up. I feel like it's broken. When I fell yesterday. Oh, well, yeah, that I fell on it. And it was but I'm fine here. I'm in really relaxed in this. All I dreamed about was the bunch of cases. Well, we need a crane. I'm wondering if person they get up to the room. That's all I dreamed about. Another room that my ball. No, I'm good. Because I'm moving around. Now the office is good. Tell Lexi she's allowed to come up to the room. Got her so scared. She's listening though. Look at this regiment. It's not she's gonna come up. No. I haven't seen her. You can talk that long. Oh, yes, I do. That's fine.
Yeah, make it interesting.
I mean, when you have the panel of guys that are doing it on TV, it's like, okay, you got a couple of them usually.
A couple of them in the video.
Yes.
Since that worked.
I know. I just can't believe you're still doing it.
That's what
I thought you had people, doing it with you.
No one lets it.
Yeah. And that's why you kept talking about it. The poor thing. Told her, don't bother us. We were going to be up in the back, up in her room. That's why she was not going to. I feel so bad. I really thought I could do this to a fella that was practicing. Yes, I know. And we're being quiet about that. I got a coughing fit.
Oh, well, that's fine. Did you need something?
This house is just beautiful.
All right, I'm back. Got some water, opted not for the bourbon. Maybe I'll save that for the last hour of the race as things get crazy. Oh, and look who walked in. Somebody I have been talking about for a little bit. She's been downstairs decorating downstairs. So, how are you, Lex?
Good.
Yeah, what have you
How's
been
the
doing
race?
downstairs?
Well, we've been hanging up stockings.
By the chimney with care? In
Yeah.
hopes that St. Nicholas would soon be there?
Yes.
What else? I'm sure that's not the only thing you're doing.
We're watching The Grinch while we decorate.
Oh, I love The Grinch. It's a good movie.
I know, it's one of my favorites.
Yep. And are you eating?
We ate lunch.
What was it?
Turkey, mashed potatoes.
Leftovers?
Yeah.
How much do you love Thanksgiving leftovers?
A lot.
A lot?
I really, really love it.
You know what's interesting is normally every single time we do a broadcast together, what happens in the middle of the race? What do you normally do at the halfway point?
Oh, we do the names. Of
Do
the
the
track.
names of the track and we go with the driver. Well, in 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
Fast lap.
Yeah, I know. Look at that. Michael Day put in fast lap of the race with, just almost the halfway point, a 1:16.3.
88 laps.
Yeah, it's a 4-hour race. Yep.
And you've already raced 2 hours.
Well, I haven't raced. These guys have
Right,
raced.
right. Are there actually only 11 people in this?
10. But some of the drivers have 2 different drivers in the car.
9 actually. 2 people are left.
Yeah, Crucial Motorsports is Aaron Nash. He said that he loved being part of this, but wasn't able to stay all day. And then obviously, CP Motorsports is me since I'm doing the commentary. that's on it. So to catch you up to speed, we have 2 different classes. We got the LMP2 car, or the prototype, and then we have what we normally race. It's the GT3 cars that you see right there.
Oh, Kevin Medina.
Yeah, some people have kept their cat pictures up. Let's see who has. So obviously you saw Kevin, and I explained to everybody why there's people that have cat pictures. And then Andy, who's kept his the whole entire year with the hot dog car.
I just had a great idea.
What's the great idea?
We've been looking for some new ideas for the car thingamajig.
The car livery award?
Yeah. So if we still do it near Christmas?
We don't have an official season, but we still race. We're going to start racing in January.
Do we do commentary?
Yeah, we won't until January.
Okay. Oh, darn it. I was thinking that we could decorate that car to look Christmassy.
Oh, well, actually, we'll check this out. We have a new driver.
Oh, yay. Whoa!
Yeah, and you see his car. I mean, it's going fast now, but when it gets to the slower corners, they did a livery with the Toys for Tots on the side, and it says Merry Christmas on the back, and it has a wreath at the front and a Christmas tree on the roof.
That is amazing.
I know, that was great. So I'm going to rewind this and take a screenshot of it when it was early in the race. So that way we can use that for our promos and stuff. So yes, we are 2 minutes away from halfway. And here's some see the people that are racing here. You should recognize the names because this is under teams. So if you see any names over here that you might want to ride around with.
Lap 90.
Yep, but we're going by time on this one. So it's
Right.
So at 2 hours is the halfway point of 4 hours. So I would say pick somebody over here on the timing and scoring screen. And then what we'll do is we'll go around a lap. But I do not have. I don't have a track map. I can look one up real quick.
Aaron Hash.
Aaron? Well, no, he's the one that's out.
Oh.
Unfortunately.
Nicholas Vincent.
You know what? He has not been with us in 4 months since he went off to college to become a motorsports engineer. So that would be a good choice.
College? Is he
Yeah.
14 years old?
No, he's not 14. Wow, wouldn't you like to go to college at 14?
No.
Oh, why not?
College sounds terrible.
It's not terrible. It's a lot of fun. All right, so let's see if I can find a track map. So you talk for a little bit.
Got it.
Let me put on something here. It says exciting, and it should be changing cars, and have at it. You're not saying anything.
I'm not fully trained to do fully commentary. I just say weird stuff and
Well, then say weird stuff about the cars.
I have no idea what that car is, but I really like it.
All right, so I have good news and I have bad news about the course map.
No way.
There's no names.
That is so bad. That's so bad.
That is bad. So guess what? You get to make up 13 names.
Yay!
All right, here's the 2 minute mark. And let's see, where is all
Is
right,
it gonna be a minute or 2 minutes?
it's about a minute and a half.
Got it.
So there's Justin Die Bomb Barrera. And Nicholas Vincent is all by himself
Oh, poor guy.
right now. That's okay.
Wait, is he in the front or the back?
No, he's in the middle. And he's getting ready to go on the front stretch. And then we're going to go ahead and ride with him. And he's about ready to start his lap. All right, we are in car, getting ready to come into turn 1, which you are going to name.
You beat me to it.
Oh, that's a great corner name. Corner number 2, the little one.
I'm on to you.
Ah, that's awesome. Number 3.
Not there yet, but I will.
Okay, number 4.
I want you to make some names too. This is hard.
Hurry up.
Can you think of one?
Number 6.
Numbers.
That's
Laugh out loud.
Laugh out loud. Number 7.
Going strong.
Okay, there's a short here, so we'll go corner 8.
I beat you.
9 is a hairpin. Oh, not really a hairpin. It's kind of how they look at it, but 10.
Whale.
Whale.
No, yeah, whale.
Whale corner. 11. Get your power on.
Yeah, I like that.
Number 12.
Going down the hill.
Going down the hill.
I mean, I know it's with the channel.
And 13 right here, a really fast one.
Is
Time warp.
I win.
All right, so that is Lexi corner names. I don't know how many of them will actually become official names in the real world, but definitely I like this one, Beat You To It, because I think Michael Day has been the champion of overtaking into Beat You To It. And considering that she just showed up. Uh-oh, we got Shane Brown. Whoa, that's a nice view there as Don squeezes through.
Since I'm doing stuff downstairs, I might pop in and pop out.
Yeah, no problem. All right, so we got a replay from Shane Brown. Oh, he's getting all crazy. He saved it.
Right.
Yeah, he had a commentator's curse earlier when I was talking to
Right.
Chris Wells. I was stuck on somebody and then just decided to go over, and the second I put it on Shane, the back end of his car looped around. But so we're doing good, having fun. Hit the halfway mark. Still a bit more to go. So what is your favorite thing you're doing today, or how's your holiday been?
My holiday's been great, and I think one of my favorite things today will probably be decorating the tree.
Yep. And where did we get the tree from? Where?
I don't know where.
A Christmas tree farm.
Right, Christmas tree farm. Yeah.
And then we brought it home.
We brought it home and we waited till it was dark until we brought it in the house.
Yes, we did.
And your plan was eat and bring back the tree, but it didn't say nothing about dark.
No, it didn't. We had other plans, I know, but my mom is visiting from Florida for the first time in 3 years. So we've been going around giving her the whirlwind tour of Nashville and Franklin. And also some, obviously Thanksgiving, we had 13 people over.
Yes.
Yeah, 13 people over for Thanksgiving, which was great. One of them was Matt Jackson. So if you guys remember him, he is still not quite moved into his new house yet, but he is getting closer to getting his rig set up. I did help him carry it in and somewhat put it back together. So he's just got to get some fiber sent out to, I guess it was a she shed, and now he's turning it into a he shed. And so it'd be nice to get his own little tiny room off the side of the house, separate from the house, that is his own sim room, which is kind of neat. So can't wait to get that thing hooked up.
Matt Jackson is in a she shed by the she shed by the farm shed.
By the seashore? Say that fast 5 times.
I don't think I can do that. But I can say how much we can watch a travel. I'm not mad. How much we can watch a check of what you could what?
You could say that.
I can do it 3 times fast.
3 times fast? Okay, ready, set, porcupine.
How much we can watch a check of what you could.
Didn't quite work out for you.
No, okay, I'll do it again. How much wood can one chuck of what you could wood? How much wood can one chuck of what you could wood? How much wood can one chuck of what you could wood?
Yep. Oh, commentator's curse.
Hooray!
That's so bad.
I know.
Yep, that was probably some cold tires there because he was just in the pits. Unfortunately.
I might pull back.
Sorry, I'm just typing up something here to the guys in the Discord.
Discord.
Time to decorate the tree.
Yes! Wait, oh no.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
No, we can't do it.
Yeah, so that was my oldest daughter, Emma, which we
We
don't.
can't do it without you.
I'll be there shortly. This is for a good cause.
I know. I don't wish that I was driving 4 hours, but I wish I could give the donate thing with Tots, my $83.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll talk back to you later.
Okay. All right, so chaos has ensued. My oldest daughter is back from her Friendsgiving, where she has a Thanksgiving with all her friends, which is nice, that couldn't make it over to our house. And so now they're gonna be, I hear Snoopy in the background. All right, so the dancing Snoopy going on. All right, so a little bit of chaos. Let's how about we get back to the race now that we had some interviews and I got some more water, and we should be moving and grooving forward. All right, so Cold Camo Racing, that was Jason entering the pits. I wonder if he's going to swap out with another driver. So if he disappears, he might be swapping out, but it doesn't look like it. So it looks like, and they moved up to second place, which is good. Well, that was at the line. That's showing that they are in first place, but his number plate is saying number 2, which is why I said that. So this is going to be interesting. Oh, the Tennessee region's up there. I'm sorry, I saw them in red, and I was thinking that it was going to be first place. So Michael, so they are taking tires. Yeah, Michael Cochran and Craig Klein. So yeah, we had a lot of interviews going through there, so did not have a chance. So they've already done their swap. Did not have a chance to talk about Craig Klein, which is sad. So it looks like he'll finish out the race. I'll have some time to talk about things that he does and his value to the league and some other fun stuff about him when he comes back. So my apologies, Craig, and I'm sure that he's spotting for Michael right now, so I don't want to bust in on their separate voice channel and have those guys come back. But we'll go through a rundown as the timing and scoring goes. This is Don, who is rocking and rolling, doing this thing as a one driver car, and he is about 12 and a half seconds up from Michael Day. Oh no, I'm sorry, Zach Holden. So I was wrong. Michael Day was not doing a double, so he's splitting his time. So he just did 2 stints and then turned it over to Zach Holden right here to finish the other 2 stints. So we'll be hanging out with Zach, who is also a MSCC iRacing League driver, and he may not be there every single week, but when he is there, he is definitely in the top 10. Definitely put some pressure on those guys up front, which is nice as well. And always happy to have a nice guy, come here, even though he may not be there every week. It's okay. Happy to have him, because it's nice to have some of the guys that come in every once in a while, because it kind of throws a wrench, into the middle of the engine as far as something different. And you never know how, like say Zach's skill set and speed matches up with somebody else, and all of a sudden it makes it a very interesting race, at the front. So it's neat to talk about those guys, you know, coming in and out. So again, those guys, they do race with Friend Motorsports. They have been, you know, together for quite some time, and you know, very happy, you know, to hear that as a group they actually came over to the league and raced with us as a group quite often, which is really nice. Third place is still being held down by Justin Barrera. And car looks pretty clean. Obviously, with the fast repairs, the cars are always going to look clean. So that's not a bad thing. And Justin is pulling this one off solo, since the original plan was to have Nicholas Vincent in there, but Nicholas, not having a lot of time in the LMP2, decided it'd be best to run a car that he knows. So Justin pulling Ironman duty, and I believe the last time I did drive the Daytona 24 with Justin, he put in a ton of time. So yeah, he's coming into pit lane. So we will hang out with him for just a minute and see what his strategy is. Yep. As you see Jason Ahrensberg go through over there on the track past the start finish line. Yeah, some of the detail that you're also seeing, well, which is neat. If you look at the front of the car, you see all the pieces of rubber from the cars that he was chasing all day. And he's going to be getting his fuel. So you can see some of the animation I talked about in the pits, which is funny. It's nice that they do have some animation and movement, but there's nothing going on in the car, which is neat though. As I will say, if you do race open wheel or NASCAR, there's usually 5 or 6 guys that are lined up on the wall holding tires and gas cans. And when you come in to the pit, if you choose that option in your graphics setting, that you can see the guys running around your car, changing tires and wheels, which is pretty neat. All right, so he is not taking tires, and he is going to head back out, and hopefully that will allow him to keep on the side. But there went, who just went by him? Looked like that might have been Zach Holden that went down. So maybe he is the first of the pit guys, pit stops coming through. And let's go back to our other screen with pit strategy. So Don went through and got his pit stop 32 laps ago. And Zach saying he went 65 laps. I don't quite think that's right. So it looks like there must have been another stint, and he must have had another one in there. So Justin was the last of the 3, I guess, to get his pit stop going through. And of course everyone else back, from Michael Cochran, Andy, Jason, Chris Wells back in the car. So he took over from Kevin Medita, and also Shane Brown got their pit stops in. As you can see, Andy trying to grab every little bit of drafts he can, but those LMP2 cars just have so much brute force and aerodynamics to help them get around the track so much faster. All right, so with this pit stop, he puts in a 2:10. So we're not really going to know the benefits of how that worked out for him, I think, until they start settling into some lap times. But it does show Justin down a lap right now, and the gap between the LMP2s and the GT3s is showing as 10 laps, as there's 9 laps between Michael, who's the leader, and Justin on there. Let's see. There goes Nicholas going wide and giving the inside line to Justin, which is a very nice gentleman thing to do. But in the back, we can put on the battles box. You can see Andy Garrick coming back through the back of the field in the distance there. You can see him. So let's go ahead and change some views. Kind of one of the more common views that you see on television with the roof cam. I don't have the ability to move it left or right. I don't think I've programmed that yet. and got some Discord chat going on, asking about our yellow flags going to be a part of this race. And as the session admin, that is absolutely a possibility that we can do that and allow all the cars to go through. So I'll keep an eye on when we're going to do that, and so that way I'm not screwing up anybody's pit schedules or anything like that. So it should be pretty neat. So we should do it here, I think, once everyone gets through a pit stop coming towards the end. That way they can kind of work together. I know if I do it, if the yellow comes in with an hour left, should help the GT3 guys, which then will leave a one-stop sprint for the LMP2 guys. So man, look at the speed of this thing gets just on that high banks. Let's move the relative dashboard. So yeah, 170 miles an hour through there down to 70. So a 100-mile-an-hour difference between the front straight and the first corner. But you can just see just the amount of grip and downforce this thing has to get around the track. And again, being a very, very flat track, unlike some of the other ones, it does wear out your tires a lot more because there's no banking, to help save some of the tires to grab more grips. There's just a lot of lateral sliding, slipping, slip angle, all that good stuff that's eating up and chewing up those tires. So coming up on Chris Wells through, looks like the 789 complex through here, and patiently waiting their time. And Chris goes out wide, gives the inside corner, and he is off. So Don throwing in a 1:16.7, still amazingly fast. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, who has fastest lap out of the... So Justin's fastest lap is a 1:16.9. The Zach Holden Michael Day combo fastest lap is a 1:16.3, and Don, who's running his own race, is a 1:16.3. Oh, so it does. Michael Day still has the fastest lap by 0.04 of a second. So that's pretty amazing. So of course it should be getting faster with the times. The temperatures going down on track should allow for some faster times. So we'll see maybe the last hour some new stuff. All right, so we got Nicholas Vincent going into pit lane, and leaving pit lane. One thing I did not check is incident points. So we do have a cap. So every time you go off track or you spin or you hit somebody, there's a number of incident points that are associated with associated with that particular type of incident that you had. And this particular race has 40 incidents before they have to do a drive-through. So I see that they have some off-track stuff here, but I don't see total incidents yet on the software that I'm using, which is SDK. So maybe it's just a column that I have not looked at yet. I know there's tons of stuff that I can program on this thing. There we go. Hey, that's not bad. So there's their off tracks that they have, which is kind of a clean race when you think about it. They're racing for 2 hours and 20 minutes, and there are guys that just don't have a lot of off tracks. So could really appreciate that. And looking at everybody's fast lap that they have, so that just confirms that what I was reading was correct. Was the Frame Motorsport does have a 1:16.3, and again, I'm not completely sure who did that. I thought it might have been Michael Day, but I could be wrong. It doesn't say which driver did it on the team, as he's coming close there with a 1:17.3. and 117.2 for Justin Barrera, which is nice. So awesome. So it went through there. So obviously the other numbers that are up there on the timing and scoring is, where they've started and how many places they made up or they lost, unfortunately. So with Aaron Nash, which I'm pretty sure that was Aaron Nash, but might have been Paul, not exactly sure. They were out, and we kind of knew that. So with them dropping down, it does allow everyone to move back up. But Don did start towards the back and has moved his way forward through those guys. So Friend Motorsport did have pole, which is in second, and then Justin Barrera. And of course, that pole in qualifying was really close between those guys. So there's anything can happen as we see, what is going on, with the gap. So we are showing there is a lap down between Justin and the other two guys, but you can see that Tennessee Region is on their own lap, and then Andy Gatorick with Big Flopper Racing is one lap down from that, and then the rest of the guys are all holding on to a lap there as well. All right, who else? Let's see, we're going through the field. There's Michael Cochran in the Porsche 911. Don't know what he's going to do for next season, as far as if we're sticking to GT3s or moving on to another car. If we were doing GT3s, would he move to the Porsche? Because generally he does drive the BMW, and he does drive it very well. Andrew Gatorick in second. Jason Ahrensberg in third. They've made up a couple spots. Good for them. Chris Wells, Kevin Medina in fourth. Oh, he was on the interview comm, and I forgot to ask him what that photo was all about. Maybe it's like the 50th reunion of his prom. I'm just kidding. He's gonna kill me when he says that. Oh, anyway, yes, Chris and I are great friends outside of racing and all that good stuff, and we kind of work in the same industry. He's an architect, and I'm in construction management. So, but the one thing that I have to say is definitely the common ground is beer. We would always go around all these different breweries and check out some good beers and have beer parties. And I think I ended up cooking for one of his Oktoberfest parties, which is always fun. And recently, after I moved up to Tennessee, I used to have a spare fridge in the garage that was packed full of all these import beers and craft beers and stuff. And when I got up here, all my friends that I moved up here to hang out with actually have they all drink bourbon and whiskey. And slowly I was converted and was talking to Chris, and one day he asked me what's a good bourbon to try. So I told him, you can't really go wrong with a Woodford Reserve. And it's before you get into the, start getting into some big high dollar stuff that's really good for the price point. And he ended up liking it. And all of a sudden now he is in the same boat as I am. So he will drink beer some nights, he'll drink bourbon and whiskey other nights. It's nice to keep comparing, what are you drinking this week and how do you like it, and all that good stuff. So being up here in Tennessee, we have a handful of distilleries within a 10-mile radius of where we live, which we're about 20-something miles south of downtown Nashville. So we're kind of out in country-ish, but still have communities and some housing developments and stuff. So it's not quite banjos playing or anything like that. But it is nice to have some some history and culture from the area of some distilleries coming through, which is neat. But anyway, this is a racing program, not a breakdown of bourbon. Oh boy, wow! I did see Don in there. It looked like he might have thought twice, and he actually made the better decision of the two instead of stuffing it down in there. So he's keeping a clean car and keeping his race and also Chris's race together and intact as well. So Zach and Justin running almost identical times again. So which kind of makes sense. I know those three guys, they're both into somewhere around the mid 2000s for their I rating. So it does make sense that they're running about the same times. What's great is Justin, and trying to remember how we actually got to meet and how he got on the team. I think he was part of another racing team, and we were trying to put together and ended up grabbing all these new guys to the league. And it was like Andy and Justin, Matt Jackson, and there was someone else in there too. And decided we were all just going to get on a team and we're going to go do a 24-hour race. And no one has ever done a 24-hour race. And, you know, something I'm very passionate about is endurance racing. So decided to crew chief the majority of it, except for a couple stints where we needed to give the guys a break. And it was awesome. I think we ended up somewhere in the top 20 out of 50-something cars. And each one of those guys had proven to be not only a great driver, but also a great teammate as well. So I ended up bringing them all over, more like begging and screaming, to ZP Motorsports. And they've been racing that banner ever since, which has been nice. So it's been a great thing for them and for me, you know, having great guys. And Justin, I know, spends a lot of time with endurance racing and enduros, and he kind of spearheads that section of, I don't say the section, but that part of, you know, the team. Is he does really take charge of what's going on with the enduros and sets up the people and gets everybody involved, and, you know, works on the setup. So he does a lot for that, and I'm very grateful for him and all the other guys, you know, that are on there as well. And Daniel, who also races, was on that team. Just remembered, he's not here today. He has family members, I think daughters, that are involved in theater, and there was a part that came up that Daniel fit perfectly, and he decided to try out for it, and was now in actual theater play, some big stuff down in oh shoot, I can't remember where he's at, but it's a very, very popular Central Florida theater that he was in. He's currently in Holiday Inn right now, which is neat. So glad he's out of that opportunity to take a break from racing and do something else that he's passionate about, which is fun, and actually gets to spend time with family and other amazing people. Having grown up in entertainment myself, my first true job was riding a two-wheeled BMX bike for the Walt Disney Company, and kind of like an X Games capacity, riding on Main Street and bunny hopping up onto a float, which was a ramp, and then jumping off of it and doing tricks around it and stuff as part of a kind of a California theme, with Tigger on a surfboard in the back as part of that parade. So that was originally what I was hired for, and met a lot of great, awesome, wonderful, talented, amazing, smart, funny people. It's also where I met Matt Jackson as well. So we've been friends 30 years-ish, something like that. So pretty neat. You just never know where you're at. And obviously, you're probably wondering, I was like, how'd you go from that construction? I worked my way up through Disney, going through college, got into some managerial roles, and then some sales and production, which transferred over to starting over almost at the bottom in construction, and worked my way back up to general superintendent. So anyway, a lot of fun. Enough about me. Let's get back to the racing. So I have to try to stretch and fill some time, as we have 90 minutes left. And I will say this, at first I was thinking, how in the heck am I going to fill 4 hours? And If Chris was here, that'd be kind of easy because he does talk a lot, and I know I do as well. And I didn't think that I would have at least a third of the content that I've been able to talk about. So hopefully everything's fine. Oh, we have something going on. We do have an off track by Mike. Oh, front end. Oh, and does take some damage. Oh goodness. Hopefully that's not bad. So he did bend up the tail. So he's going to have some aero. And he is in kind of the middle of his stint. Yeah, front end just locked up. I don't know if he just wore out the fronts. But he is definitely going to be feeling that one depending on how long his stint is. You can still see his tire marks there, which is great. Again, just more of the amazing details that go on with iRacing. One of the other ones that Lexi loves is some of the night races. You can see the brake rotors glowing bright red, just like they would in real life, which is, again, another really neat detail for iRacing to come through. All right, let's get back to some battles box here as Justin Barrera is moving on the inside of Jason. Still not sure how he lost his lap to not be on the lead lap, but we could figure out how to get them to go. So I just got a Discord message from Craig Klein asking about jumping in the commentary booth. You shouldn't jump too hard because I'm on the second floor, but hopefully he will take a break for spotting for Michael Cochran. And oh, there he is. I just saw him pop in. So this is Craig Klein from Tennessee Region SCCA team and partnering with Michael Cochran today, who are leading the GT3 class. And so welcome to the booth, Craig.
How y'all doing?
I'm doing all right. I can't believe I'm talking this long. I'm glad you popped in to kind of give me a break.
About 2.5 hours in. I bet y'all are enjoying the racing a little bit. It's a little spread out, but we're still all having fun, I believe.
Well, rumor has it that somebody who has admin privileges will be throwing a caution right around the T-minus 60 mark. So that should bring things a little closer back together.
Yeah, I think we're looking forward to it a little bit. Make things interesting for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have quite a lead. You have a 1-lap lead over Andrew Gatorick, who's pulling the Ironman duty as a sole driver. What do you think the key was for you guys? Is just throwing down fast laps, consistency? Did you do anything in the pits? What do you think gained you that advantage?
I'm gonna have to chalk this one up to Michael. He's done a great job as far as his stint, but what he did for our setup, it's made this killer Porsche into quite a tameable beast, and she's been completely predictable. We haven't really had any issues out of the car other than I think Michael's starting to daydream a little bit as you saw his little trip into the wall, but we're still maintaining it.
Yeah, that looked a little crazy. It looked like the front end gave away, which is really weird for that particular corner, especially for that car. That's usually something you see on a two-wheeled race is the front end giveaway like that. But yeah, not a common thing for Michael, to have that. But I will have to say, I have to apologize. You got in for the second stint, and I know I had your banner up showing you, but I didn't say anything about you because you had such a clean stint as far as what we saw here in the booth, and just being very consistent, supporting Michael's fast times and stuff. But how did it go for you? How did the car feel, and what do you think about the lack of traffic versus the tire temps?
Well, I'm going to chalk it up to cooling track temps is the only reason I was able to do as well as I did. Track's cooling down, it's been feeling pretty good. I was honestly expecting to be chased down by Andy and be fighting to hold him behind us. And me and Michael were contemplating him double stinting tires just to pull back a gap that Andy may have clawed back under my driving prowess or lack thereof.
Oh, it was kind of like the conversation I had with Chris earlier as well. He was kind of saying the same thing, that Kevin is, the hot shoe on the team and he's Mr. Consistent. But, when you do endurance racing, I mean, everybody has a role. Not everybody is the hot shoe. There are guys that are there that are consistent, that are better at fuel saving, that are better at saving equipment and tires. So there's no doubt. So I do have the screen on you right now, and I noticed that you kind of upgraded your paint scheme for this race a little bit. We did catch that right away. So I appreciate you, adding a little extra stuff to the livery that you created.
We did a little bit. It was put ourselves a little bit in the spirit. I was honestly surprised at how well the lights turned out. They almost look like they're on a few of the camera angles.
Yeah, I do love that, and I did talk about you being on the charity team and doing some design work and helping everybody else put this event together. But I will have to say, as much as awesome as your liveries are, I don't know if you had a chance to check out the Cold Camo Racing livery for this race. And being on the charity team, I think you'd really enjoy it, because they did a whole livery with the Toys the Tots logos and wreaths and Christmas trees and says Merry Christmas. It's great if you haven't checked it out yet.
Oh, we'll definitely have to check that one out. They'll do a full pan around their car and really break it down. I bet it looks good.
Yeah, so being on the team, I will have to say, I think we're going to grab a screenshot of that and post that one and yours, and someone else who might have put some extra work into their liveries. And it was also funny too. I know you've been running the same SDK picture all year, but I know we're not in our league, but everyone still kept their cat photos that were by their name, which made it an interesting conversation to tell some of the new viewers out there exactly what's going on, like why we have all these cats. So you did miss Lexi. She was here for a little bit, but now she's back downstairs.
She did actually come in there.
Right.
I was curious about how long she'd be able to hang out with us.
Yeah, it was quick. She wasn't here for the first 2 hours, and then showed up for about 10 minutes, and then decided that enough was enough, and wanted to go back downstairs. I mean, she's watching Christmas movies, and they're decorating downstairs. So again, like you and everybody else, I can't thank you enough for your time and commitment, for help putting this event together and also driving it. And we all know it's for a good cause, but it's nice that people have taken their time to, over their holiday weekend, to come do this. And hopefully we will do this again in the future.
We'll definitely do this again, and with a little more prep time and a little more, getting the word out there. And I believe we'll be having a much better turnout next year.
Yeah, I think so too. I know we did try a couple different angles and social media sites and whatnot, but I think what we discussed earlier in our chat was maybe not the best weekend. So I think next time we'll probably do it.
People out of town, and
Yeah.
they're still trying to get back to their rigs, and we're borrowing other people's rigs and getting locked out of that house.
Yep. Speaking of getting back to the rigs, how's it racing with Nicholas Vincent again?
Oh, it's good to finally see him back in the car. He looks like he's trying to get those wheels back under him, but he's got a decent pace, and he's keeping it clean, and can't wait to get back into league racing with him on the team.
Yep. So speaking of racing, so you recently moved from Tennessee to Florida. Been involved in a couple Martin Sports Car Club autocrosses, but since you don't have the typical winter season that you normally would up here, do you have any plans for doing any real world racing over the winter?
Trying to find a car. How's that?
Oh, well, you should have told me that earlier. I have an Audi just sitting around being winterized. So.
Yeah, I'm a couple hours from most all of the venues, so I thought it might be a good idea to get a truck to haul the next race car and should anything happen at any event, it'll be, I can just throw it up on a trailer and bring it home.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause I don't know if you've seen it, but I know a few of the Martin guys have, but previously it was merely a Miata towing a trailer with tires on it. So
Yeah, that
anything
is kind of
happens-
tough.
anything happen at any event, it'd be a little difficult getting home.
No, it is, unfortunately. And I've lived both lives where I took a perfectly good street car on some 200s, you know, and then transformed it into a full-blown race car on slicks. And, you know, the ability to drive there and drive back and, you know, then switch tires at the event with little tow-behind trailers, throwing them in the back and whatnot to a full-blown trailer. Every aspect, I mean, to gain any advantage that you can, you know, with changing out tires or doing whatever your car always comes at some sort of cost of not being able just to arrive and drive. So it definitely keeps you a lot busier, I think, you know, coming through with everything. So are you spotting for Michael? Or is he
Yeah,
just kind of
for a
going
little
on his
bit.
own?
He kind of likes to get his head down a little bit, but just let him know who's coming up behind him and the delta between any cars that he might be coming to let him know where, if they're how slow in the corners they might be, or if they're early braking. Just giving him a good idea of how he needs to manage traffic when he gets to it.
Yeah, I would say there's a lot of, it's probably not very taxing today with only 10 cars, and now one of them's out, so 9 cars left on track. Oh boy.
Let's say this is probably the biggest issue we'll be having right now is keeping focus.
Focus.
I think the lack of traffic is probably actually a bad thing. I think if we had more traffic, we'd be able to keep focus a little more, be a little more attentive to what's in front of us. Right now, it's, as you can see, probably a little bit of daydreaming and thinking of the turkey. He might be sitting in the microwave or whatever he gets out of the seat.
That's true. Yeah, because normally that's not quite like him. So someone else did pop in the booth that wanted to say something.
Hi.
What do we got now?
Lexi popped in to say hi to you.
Lexi!
Hi.
See, he's the one that put the Christmas lights on the car that's on the screen.
I like your Christmas lights.
Yeah, she said she liked your Christmas lights.
Thank you. That was a lot of fun. We'll do better next year. Just put it
Yeah, it's a learning year, no doubt. So, all right, well, I'm gonna let you get back to it, and I know Michael was talking to me when you were driving, saying I'm still trying to figure out how to. There's some feedback-ish or something whenever people talk. So, I'm still working on that, believe it or not.
we'll get the keys worked out, but yeah, it's good talking to you, and we'll see you on the other side.
Yeah, will do. Thanks for joining us in the booth, and good luck on the rest of the race.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, so that was Craig Klein, the teammate to Michael Cochran, shown on the screen, as he has Don coming up behind him. And Don's just kind of on autopilot. So, yeah, Colt Camo Racing just put in their fastest lap. But I don't know if you were noticing during that interview that Don threw down 2 fastest laps of the race, one right after the other. And they were a 1:16.23. So now they're a full 10th ahead of the Friend Motorsport guys there. So he's definitely laying down the law. He's just playing it very, very safe, very, very fast. And we are closing in. So we are going to have a competition yellow happen. I programmed it on my steering wheel. I hope I remember which button it was instead of maybe something else that might happen or go bad. We're going to take back a look at Shane Brown. Also during that interview had an issue. Looks like he probably overbroke for turn 1. Yep, he did. But that's okay. Plenty of runoff. And look at that. He found it. Good for him. So he found the runoff, and he'll just take his time penalty, and he will keep driving. So I will have to say, with Shane, he's probably one of the newest guys to join the Martin Sports Car Club iRacing League. He is a active member with the club down in Orlando, Florida, and just recently got into iRacing. He is probably not your normal age of iRacer, younger than me, but he's slowly catching me and has been working very hard, putting in a lot of practice time to be able to learn the sim. And I know it takes a couple months, or like me, it took a lot more than a couple months just to kind of get a hold of it. And I'm still not fast, that's why I'm commentating. But Shane is definitely put in the time in our rookie league that we have, which is very nice because it's very standardized. Tracks are rubbered up, the temps are down, so people can really focus on the racing. But the really neat part about it is we have some of our experienced drivers actually come in and jump in the passenger seat with these guys as they're driving around, like a real world instructor would. And just if you went to an autocross or a track day, you get an instructor in your passenger seat, and they would help you with the lines and braking and some other stuff like that. And with iRacing, you're talking a lot about car setup as well, and you're able to share setups, which is neat. So if Shane was walking onto a new track and was having issues driving one of the cars, if someone else was driving the same car, they can share their setup with them and put it on their car, and then talk about the changes, or if it was good or bad, and what corners and whatnot. So it's kind of neat to have that instructor-student relationship in the rookie league. And if there's people out there listening that are looking to get involved in iRacing, it's a great way to start, and to have so many people that are knowledgeable, not just about racing, but also about the program, the simulation itself, about how to get the most out of it. It's a great thing to do. So glad to see him. So the whole point about that is he's come a long way. He's racing with the Wednesday Night League now with everybody else, and he will still race in the rookie league, and which is absolutely perfectly fine. But we're happy to see him progress enough to the point where he is racing with the other group as well. So it's neat. That's what we aim to do, is to help grow and help make people better drivers. All right. Oh, look at that. I see somebody in the commentary booth. It is Mr. Michael Day. How are you, Michael?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
Not too bad, man. You had quite an exciting first two stints there, man.
Yeah.
So I know you and Justin were running really close times. I saw a little bit there. I think you had some closing speed coming up. I think it might have been Chris Wells or somebody. So what do you? How do you think in your eyes did your first two stints go?
I mean, I was just trying to have fun with the car. It's actually weird driving here for me because it's so flat, and I'm used to the elevation really kind of telling you a lot about what the car wants. And it's just like, I don't feel like I have the pace here. I'm trying to figure out what Zach's doing right, because he's hauling.
Yeah, so I was wondering, I was a little bit confused because the timing and scoring SDK that I use, you guys had fast lap for quite some time up until this last stint. And I couldn't remember if you had set that fast lap or if Zach did.
No, that's definitely Zach. He's probably almost a full second quicker than me right now. Which,
wow.
That's a huge gap for us. Usually we're within a couple tenths. So I'm trying to figure out where I need to make up the time. I'm trying to watch his lines, his laps, and his inputs. But I just wanted to confirm, are we doing the yellow?
Yes,
or is at whatever.
Yes, in exactly 10 minutes.
Awesome. Well, I have to jump in the car now, so I just wanted to make sure we know what's going on.
All right. Well, I'm glad you popped in, man. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right, you're welcome. All right, that was Michael Day, who started off with the Friend Motorsport, and looks like he's getting back into the car again. So, yep, look at that. Perfect timing. So he just jumped in enough just to make sure of what was going on. And I am going to take this opportunity and break break the wonderful stream that I have to actually inform everybody that we will have an actual yellow. So I'm sorry that you have to see this. All right. So just ignore that you saw that, and we will get everything back up and running. All right, there we go. All right, so as we have it right now, Friend Motorsports is in the lead. I know that Don had taken a pit stop earlier, and we're gonna let Zach go through and go through a lap and let everything cycle through to find out where everyone's gonna end up. Because when you're in the middle of the pit stop, the timing and scoring. So in the background, you say, "Whoa, that was actually Don," in the background. And looks like 5.2 seconds back. So definitely keep an eye on that as Zach is now going through. So he's going to, as far as I know, he's going to cycle through, showing still in first place, which is interesting. So their strategy that they're doing is working off is paying off. I'm used to working, not getting paid. But is paying off very well as they do cross the line. And let's go ahead and check some pit strategy here. So it looks like Justin Barrera is due for a pit stop as well. So we do have a crash to look back on from, unfortunately, Andy Gaterick. Oh, I hope he wasn't helped. Oh, a little wiggly. And unfortunate spin. So he lights him up, gets the thing turned around. He's going, no harm, no foul. And back to the action. So we still have in the GT3 class, where Michael Cochran is still keeping a commanding lead of 1 lap over the rest of the GT3 field, as he's coming up on the back of Chris Wells, who is currently holding down 4th position and is going to probably ride this out probably to the very end of this stint, which we will be getting a full course yellow to go through in about 5.5 minutes or so. So hopefully the team saw what I was saying on the chat there, that they have go ahead and made their adjustments to their strategy to help out. So Michael going through, giving Chris a little follow and chase as they go through. So their car doesn't look too bad after that wreck. It does have a little bit of damage, so some scuff marks really, so nothing too tough. Goes through, and there goes Chris, and hopefully he can grab some of that draft. I don't know if it looks close enough, but should be neat. So still the LMP2s and the 117s, which is great. And Nicholas Vincent still going strong through here. He's definitely on a different pit strategy from what I understand. He had a shorter first stint. Don't know if that was from any type of crash or issue, but he's been keeping pace, but had a second really long stint. Look at that, so 39 laps. Don't know if that picked up maybe one of his that he came through. I think he went through the pits to fix some damage after one of his spins, but he's working it well. He's looks like 2 laps back from the Chris and Kevin duo. So things should be closing in quick here. So we don't, with the full course yellow that's going to come out, might get some wave arounds in order to get some stuff back. I'm not, when setting up the race, I know they're like Lucky Dog and wave arounds and stuff like that are some options that you can have in order to be able to go through some of that stuff. And depends on how you want to set up the race. I mean, normally it's more of a NASCAR thing, but it does help out, especially in some of these longer races. I know the official races, they generally do not do full course yellows. They just do local yellows just to keep the racing going. So once it starts, it's on, no matter what. Even if the whole field crashes, they're not going to throw a full course yellow whatsoever, because there isn't somebody being an active admin, during that particular race. And it's not programmed to do a full course yellow for road courses as it would normally for NASCAR. So he is definitely got a dirty car. He's got a lot of work to do on that thing when he gets through there. All right, so there goes Zach. Looks like right, I was gonna say around, but he's really going up the inside of the GT3 class leader, Michael Cochran. So we got 4 cars in the screen, which is great considering the size of the course and what's going on. So Justin Barrera has gone into the pits, and same thing with Jason Ahrensberg. So both of those guys are in there. So we see some more mix-up of what's going on. And what's interesting is their, full course yellow is it's coming in right at the end of these pit stops, which will be interesting because I know some of them, they are in pit lane, and it may play out for some and not play out for others depending on how it worked out. All right, Friend Motorsports still leading this race, but you can see that Don has closed up the gap from 5 seconds down now to a second.
You guys there?
Hey, Justin, how you doing?
Yes, are you going to do lap
Full course?
around for the cars off the lead lap, or what's going to go down?
We're going to try to put all the classes back together so that way like all the LMPs are together and all the GT3s are together.
Well,
So you're talking about like a lucky dog rule?
Yeah. Because we were talking about that in the P2 chat, what was going to go down, and we're just trying to figure out, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so it will be a full course yellow. I don't remember exactly what was programmed for the cars going around.
Okay.
Because normally, full course yellows don't really happen, so I didn't hit any of those extra little things like lucky dog or whatever. But I think I did put in their wave rounds.
Okay, cool. So we can give out wave rounds in yellow.
Yes.
So every GT car except for Cochrane gets a wave round then?
Is
And then 2 cars, the 26 and the 69, should get 2 wave rounds in theory, right?
So you're trying to get everybody back on the lead lap, or their own lead lap?
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was asking.
Okay. Yeah, I think I can make that happen through the. I'll have to bring up the screen or whatever over the overlays, and I can take care of that. But it's going to hit in 7 seconds.
Okay. Well, and Justin's admin too. He can right click and help.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. Okay. Here it comes. Oh, I'm hitting the button. It's not hitting it.
I'll do it in a minute. Let me get on the straight. Give me 1 second. I gotta get back on the straight.
Oh.
Strobe yellow.
Yeah, there you go. Perfect. Whoa. Okay, so yellow is on. We need to give some wave rounds.
Yeah, give 1 second. Okay, I gotta go back to Alright. What do we need? Well, I need a wave around, but we need all everybody needs to bunch up.
Right.
This is past the pace car. Catch the 69. It's gonna be really hard to do all this, and
All right, is the okay, there goes the pace car. All right.
I wish the lead car would sit out or something.
All right, so Andy.
Pretty much everyone in the GT class needs a way around, and the guys in the last places need to.
Okay, I know some of this was set up because Andy just went around without any issue. All right, so there's Tennessee. All right, I just gave a wave around to Chris Wells. Justin. Shane and Nicholas.
Stuck. Try.
So for those of you watching the stream right now, what we're doing is, since we have such little participation here today, we're bunching everybody back up to, bring everybody on the same lap and also allow them to be able to race, for the last hour that we have here. So unfortunately, because expectations were a little bit higher, but that's okay. I mean, we're still very happy and fortunate to keep racing as Nicholas almost sideswiped the pace car. That was absolutely nuts. As we see the front two guys going in, so Don and Zach heading.
Can't go in?
Yeah, if the pit lane says open, you can go in.
They stopped at the end. I wonder.
Okay. We're almost out of fuel, so that's why I came over here to make sure yellow wasn't gonna last so long.
Okay. Yeah, Shane just went in. It looks like the guys went in. Yeah,
okay, we're gonna go in this lap.
Yeah, pit lane's
Justin,
open.
can you clear both of our black flags for passing the pace car? No, there's no way to do that.
No wonder you guys are so far out. What the freak? How do I? I'm clearing my own black flag for that stuff.
All right.
Can you clear mine?
Yeah, I was just about to ask you that.
I don't know why it gave me a black flag.
So how can we get in the pits? Because they're saying the pits closed again.
Is there no way to extend the yellow?
Yeah, you can extend it.
Where do I do that at?
I'm trying to figure it all out too.
If we go pit, we're just gonna get a black flag out. You guys can clear, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll just tell Chris to go in and you guys will clear it for us.
Yep.
Alright,
Again, I'm gonna extend the yellow somehow, anyways. Throw yellow.
All right. Doesn't look like anyone else is holding on to black.
That's interesting.
Yeah, no one else is holding on to black flags.
Okay. All I can do is throw yellow. I don't see like extend. I'm trying
Just
to
throw
find it.
Yeah, I think if you throw it, it actually adds a lap. Yep, there it goes. Two laps to green.
Let's try to get everybody around him. Oh my gosh, they're right behind me.
So.
Am I front or behind them? I can't tell you. I think they're behind.
All right, they're.
I'm pretty sure I'm still a lap down on them, so.
Okay, well let cross the line and I can do a wave around.
Yeah, just do the wave around.
Nope, you're on the same lap.
No, I'm not.
Oh
It's
wait,
red
yeah,
and
232.
You can just wave me and I'll go. What the frick is this?
What did it tell you?
Let the 26 car by. What the frick?
26 is Nicholas Vincent.
It's like, I don't... Where the frick is him at?
Because he also has a wave around.
Oh, this is so complicated.
I know.
Well, I got the wave around, so... This is getting nuts.
A black flag could be cleared for us because of fuel.
Yes, I'll take care of that right now.
Copy, thank you, sir.
Why am
Done.
I getting... The problem, we're gonna get black flag. The reason, I know why the reason is. It's because of, letting people buy it all. If you don't do it in a certain order, then it's just gonna screw up everything. I should have probably been the first person to be let by. And then all the GT cars would have been done active.
All right, I just cleared. Yeah, I'm just going through clearing everybody's
Yeah.
black flag.
Yeah, I think there's like a bit of an order to do it, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
Exactly. We're here for fun. Thank you.
One degree. Like that, I gotta extend it again.
All right, nobody has black flags.
We need to wait until everybody's regrouped, basically.
Yeah, I'm trying to see where. Yeah, so the GT3s are just getting on the front stretch right now.
Where's the P2s at?
So Craig, yeah, so they're just coming up to you right now. All right, so I need to give Shane Brown a wave around.
Okay, extend it again. That way everybody will start bunching up stuff. Alright. So, first and second's right in front of me. It says let the 26 car by.
Yep.
Where is it at? It's gonna take forever to regroup. Why does it say let the 26 go by? I wonder if that's because he was allowed down or something.
Yeah, so I got
Another,
I got the Tennessee Cold Camo Big Floppa and Martin teams. They should be on the same lap when they come around. I mean, Nicholas and Shane, I mean, they're like 3 laps down.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
got,
so I was just going to run it as is.
Yeah, that's fine. Let's just wait until everybody gets regrouped up.
Yep.
Where are we at in terms of how many laps to go? What is it? Wait, what are you guys doing? Am I that effing far down that I can't get grouped up into my class right now?
Who's that? You?
Yeah.
That's not what I'm showing. They're 13 laps down.
No, but what I'm saying is, I don't know, like, they keep going past me, and all I can see is let the 26 car by. So it's like they're shown to go past me, and I can't tell, like...
Oh, that's Nick. Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, I can't...
He's coming up.
Wave around, clear penalty, show DQ, make admin, make non-admin, black flag, disqualified, remove, double file restart, single file restart. Move, what's move to end of line? Would that put me there? Probably not. I think the issue is, like these GT cars are somehow stuck in front of me, so I can't go up to the, like, in front of it.
Okay, well, Nicholas and the other GT3s are coming up.
Yeah, so we got like 2 laps to green and everything should be sorted at that point. But that's gonna suck for me because I'm not right behind the P2 when they go green.
All right, I'm showing Tennessee Cold Cam Racing on the same lap, and then Andy is lap 14. So he's a lap down.
So yeah, it's telling me to stay behind the 26 car now. I let Nick by. So there's like 3 GT cars in front of me.
Oh,
I have
that's messed
no
up.
idea how I can move up. I think this is just because there were 3 there when we went yellow.
Yeah, because there were 3, they're like laps down. So is it going green this time?
No, should have 1 more lap to green, I think, after.
Okay.
As we go past there. I have...
Because you're shown on the same lap.
I'm on the same lap, I'm just 3 cars behind. Why'd you wave him around?
To get him on the same lap, you try to get more people out in front of you.
Wave Nick around and wave Craig around as well.
Well, Craig would put him a lap ahead of everybody else then.
Well, then just run Nick ahead. Yeah, just do Nick. But is it Andy on the same lap as Craig right now? When did I make him go to first?
Nope.
Okay.
He's showing a lap down.
I hope that was it.
Man, Nick almost took out the pace car again.
It'd be interesting if you could take it out. But, I may need a black flag cleared if I accidentally go too fast on this.
That's all right. I'll clear it.
I wish it would just let me go by this car. It's like stay behind the 3 car. It doesn't give you like an option to move up to move into class, last of class or something.
I'm looking.
There's none. I've seen anything.
All right, there we go. All right, you need yours cleared. Nope, you don't have any.
Yeah. I tried to time that a little bit.
All right, so we were back in action after we got that full course yellow taken care of, getting some of the cars around that we can to keep the racing continuing here, as we do have a smaller field. Oh, as it was Michael Day just spent 2 wheels offline, probably with the cold tires of all the yellow going on, was able to keep it straight, and a nice throttle response from him. But with that, unfortunately, has lost over half a second from the leader, Don, who is now coming onto the front straight and stretching the legs on that LMP2. And Justin Die Bomber Barrera back in action again with these guys as we get them all on the same lap, and is able to use that draft to hopefully close up some space and to keep it tight and to give a good run for the money here towards the last hour that we have, or actually 45 minutes, because that full course yellow took about 10 minutes to figure out and sort. So I appreciate your patience as we took care of that to keep everything going. So it is a 45-minute going to be a sprint down to the end here, as Craig Klein is now taking over the car from Michael Cochran out in front. But he does have Martin Sports Car Club right behind him, and who is a lap down, which is in the car is going to be Kevin Medina. So they definitely have swapped places. So Kevin being the more steady, stable driver, going through, is going to take this thing all the way to the end. But Kevin Medina wants his lap back, and knowing back to second place is 6.3 seconds. We might be able to see here where Craig is still building on his lead, might be able to let Kevin go by and maybe try some different strategy to get back on the lead lap. And who knows what's going to happen here in racing, because that's just how racing goes. You never know what's going to happen as they go through. So there's Kevin actually using the draft, as look at that, 1:16.8 for Justin Barrera as he puts in his fastest time, with these two still going at it 13 laps back from the LMP2. But there he is. Looks like he is actually moving in on the inside and is going to get his lap back. Let's see if we can move in closer. Here we go. And there it is, as they both clamp on the brakes just about the same time. Kevin a little bit earlier, and gets through. So now Kevin is back on the lead lap, but this does help out Craig Klein right now, because he's going to, if he stays tight, be able to use that draft and of course keep his speed up and hopefully gap the other guys behind him, because we have Cold Camo Racing, which is Justin Delano, who started the race back in second place right now, 6 seconds back, but is trying to keep it as tight as possible, to come back with a clean car, which is good. So it was his last time in the pit. Might have fixed some of the rear end damage that they had, but there was a little bit of scrapes on the side, but scrapes are okay as long as the wing looks good and the rest of the aero in the front end looks good as well. As you can see in the background, right behind him is Nicholas Vincent. So Andrew Gatorick, unfortunately, maybe had to go into pit lane and then back in for that. I know he was running in second, now in third. He is 22 seconds back, and we'll definitely make note of that one and see how that's going to play out with Justin being, throwing out some fast laps and trying to keep pace up there with Craig Klein, who's another driver here recently towards the last part of the year, as Shane Brown puts in his fastest lap of 1:26.9, where Craig just all of a sudden found that magic, grip or within the car of finding race line. He started getting some top 10s as well in the league that we had, and Not quite sure exactly what he did or did not. We do have a crash up with the big guys. Shows Michael Day. Oh, there's a little bit of grass in. You could see him working the wheel so hard. Oh my goodness. That was crazy. We're gonna have to go back and see that one. That was absolutely close as all get out. You can see Justin coming in right here, and he thought he was doing the right thing by going wide, and he went really wide through there. And but great save by Michael Day. He's able to keep that car going, and no damage, so no trips down to pit lane in order to get that car fixed. So back with the leader of GT3, which is showed as Craig with Tennessee Region SCCA, and doing a great job there of keeping the Christmas lights on that car going, and in first place for the GT3 class. Back in second, Cold Camo Racing, the gap has increased ever so slightly, 6.9, almost 7 seconds through there, but it's still keeping well. But then there is third place is showing as Andrew Gatorick, and still 22 seconds back, so not making any time up on Justin Delano with Cold Camo Racing. So we still have, a good 35 minutes here left to go, and still a lot of action. So it's again one of the things that we wanted to do with that full court caution. It's not the nicest thing, to look at when you're watching as a viewer, but nonetheless, it was something to help out the guys instead of just lapping for no reason. So it makes it interesting, especially for these front three guys here. There goes Don right back on his tear. And look at that car. It is worn, torn, and battered as he just hops every single curb there is on this track to gain every single ounce of a second. Millisecond, I should say. You don't really measure seconds in ounces, but you know what I'm talking about. Just looking for every little bit that he can to take out the lead. But with Michael Day having that issue, and then Justin, I'm sure, had to get on the binders, has increased now the gap from Michael. Why is it showing? It's showing Justin out. Oh no, I hope he did not have an issue with his computer. Hopefully he pops on the screen. Man, that stinks. It's showing him out, but I don't see him as being disconnected. Oh, it did. It dropped him. So he's coming back in, unfortunately. Oh, that is such a bummer. He was having such a good run. So that does allow Michael Day to move up to second place, unfortunately. Oh, that's a killer. All right, so let's go back around. So now 9.5 seconds here between the lead and second place. And until Justin Barrera can get back in the session, he will be holding on to third. He'll be third in his class, no doubt, but third overall. I don't think anything's going to change really with the GT cars being 11 laps down, no doubt. So, man, that's a bummer. Yeah, unfortunately, it does not tell me in my SDK software where it records and gives me a list of everything that happens on track. It does not say anything. Well, see, now it just came up to Justin dived into the pits, which means, or jumped into the pits, which means there was a packet loss, but it doesn't say that when it happens, only when he comes back. So Justin is back out there. Unfortunately, he lost. Whoa! What happened there? Oh my goodness. I tell you what, they are pushing. Friend Motorsports is pushing. I'm again going to go back find out what happened there. That was tough. Luckily, he didn't look like a lot of damage. Oh, wow. So he was looking to pass on the outside. And, yep, was forced out. Unfortunately, there was Andy, was tracking out where he should have been. You can see the light flashing there. I'm pretty sure it was not traction control, but yep. So that Justin did maybe get a lap back on in front of Michael Day. So we'll see how this shakes out as we go back to live. So he's going in. Must have had some damage that he now has to get fixed. Yep, there it is. I'm sure that he is not very happy with himself. Probably putting some alignment back in there. Who else is in the pit? Oh, that's me. So I was wondering, I was like, who's this guy sitting in the pits with no livery on the whole entire time? Yeah, that would be me, but I'm not racing. Yeah, that guy sitting out there with a lollipop must be really bored all day long. All right, so Friend Motorsport is getting a pit stop in here. Hopefully it's just going to be a quick fix. So there's unlimited repairs. They haven't done anything yet. I was waiting for their car to let go. Maybe it was a tire issue. Maybe just ran out of tires because they tried to overstint them. Unfortunately. But taking on a lot of fuel. Don comes in. So I guess through the whole yellow that they did not pit during the yellow, but I could have sworn that they did pit going through the yellow. And then that would help them be able to make it to the end. But we all knew that these cars wouldn't make it the hour. So the GT3s, they should be good. All right, so both guys are through the top, and when things start to cycle around, we'll see where Justin Barrera ends up. It's showing him 2 minutes 33 seconds back, which is about a lap and a half, and maybe 2 laps almost. But they'll have to go through and cycle, so everything will be taken care of instead of updating the interval to what it is, because usually when it's in the pits, it reads a little bit differently, and sometimes they use it in feet as well. But as we're coming in here, we have 30 minutes left of this 4-hour race, and for those driving, again, thank you very much for sticking around. I know I've had fun. I can't believe that I honestly thought there's no way in heck I'd be able to fill 4 hours full of conversation. I had a lot of great guys, driving today, jump in the booth, so I appreciate that, and appreciate the guys also telling me that we need to work on some audio stuff, and baby steps. We'll definitely get there. We'll take a bunch of notes and make sure we can get this thing going for next year. But for a first effort, to get this thing going, I mean, I'm obviously happy the way things are going, because for us, it was the first time we have ever done live race interviews, which was kind of neat, because normally everyone drives their own car, so they don't have an opportunity to be in the race and do that as well. I thought that was neat. And also when I race, my daughter and I record off the replay, which happens on Thursday night, so most guys aren't hanging around Discord just to jump in the commentary booth. So so glad that was pretty neat. We got that to happen, even though it may not be the perfect sound that we're hoping for, but at least as you guys are able to hear and get those guys going, and hopefully the guys that are driving, if they got time to kind of go around and watch some of this again and see how it goes. So hope we get some good feedback also from the guys as well, which is always good. You always got to do that. Every single time you try something new is, what can you make better? Especially because we want to do this again for next year. Like I said earlier in the broadcast, the league was started when there wasn't real racing, and it has absolutely just surpassed the expectation of it just filling the void until racing came back. But when racing did come back, the league actually kept growing and has continued to evolve. And there's a lot of great comments in Discord from the drivers. They do enjoy the league and the racing. They enjoy, how well everyone works together and whatnot. So can't fault that. And don't, if you got something good, let's keep it going and try to make it better. So there's Nick Vincent. I know he's a couple laps down on the lead guys. They're there, the first 4. But he won't quit, I'll tell you that. And look at that. So he just put in his fastest time, a 128.1. So good for him. And like I said, he will just keep going, which will obviously help him, later in life, being such a young guy. When he gets, through his engineering motorsports degree, we'll continue to see him go, oh, and then fastest lap right into commentator's curse. That's all right. That just means he's pushing. Back when I was, racing, I started my racing career on 2 wheels. I got busted street racing, and somebody told me that I should take it to the track, and did. And so somebody told me once when I was at Palm Beach International in Barroso, he said, if you're not crashing, you're not trying hard enough. So I crashed a lot. And so, yeah, same thing with Nick. Nick is probably excited to see that, and was already had a plan in his head that he knows where he can pick up a 10th or 2 here and there, and was going for it. So unfortunately, didn't work out that lap, but he's going to keep pushing, no doubt. All right, so Justin back, and looking at the attitude of that car right now, he has got his head down, and he is ready to go. I know he's shown 1 minute and 14 down. Not exactly sure how that happened, but he's still on the lead lap, so it must have been something with the pit sequence going through there. But as you saw, second place, so he's in 3rd place, and he's almost a full lap behind. But second place, which is Michael Day, is just in the background, and did put in a time that was about a second faster, maybe a little less than that. And hopefully maybe these two can work together. But that does have, Don out there, another one of the Ironmen today, going up, who has done the whole entire race, whole entire time, is now 56 seconds ahead the rest of the field. So he's going to be playing it safe, I'm sure. May have one final pit stop to go, but it's going to be tough because these guys are definitely off sequence, so it's going to be interesting.
You good?
I'm good. How are you? Are you good?
Good.
All right.
We're decorating the Christmas tree and no one's helping me.
Well, you said you like it, so that way you do it the way you want to. Did the lights get on it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. All right, well, when this is done, I'm going to come down for some leftovers and we'll finish decorating. Got it. All right, that was Lexi just checking in to make sure I'm still okay and still alive, that I didn't just pass out and keep mumbling racing words as we get through these last 25 minutes. Oh, I didn't even get my bourbon, but that's okay. I actually don't need it. I'm having a great time. This is fun. I didn't expect it to be this good. I always made fun. Well, I wouldn't say always made fun, but always criticize commentators in all types of sports all the time. And it wasn't until an appreciation for what they do, and then started studying how they do things and how they work together and the things they say and how they keep changing topics and play off of each other. I really started studying what was going on, that I could really appreciate that that there are a lot of guys out there that are actually very talented at commentating. There's still a couple of people I'm not fond of, but whatever, can't please everybody. But is nonetheless that having done this for a couple years now, I think we've done 60 something races so far, Lexi and myself, and still having a blast with it. Wow. So yes, when I talked about having his head down, Justin does have his head down as he put in his fastest lap of the race. And there's Michael Day still right behind him as these guys are working. But, and there is just throwing down the gauntlet right now is Don with a 1:16.2. So he takes a couple thousandths again into his best lap, which is great. So checking back in with the GT3 guys. So it looks like Martin Sports Car Club is behind them right now by a second and a half. So they might have made a mistake in order to get back, because they were in front of them and trying to get their lap back. So all is good. So I'm just checking the 9 million buttons. Oh man, we did have an issue. Shane Brown. And oh, it looks like that ever so awesome, not so awesome for him braking zone. Unfortunately. Oh, 2 seconds. Hit a cone. Oh man, what happened to taking the shortcut route? Well, that's all right. Hey, and if you listen to that exhaust note, I know it's not turned up too high, but he's either he is really mad with himself, or he is still just determined to keep going. All right, so back to the live picture there with Craig. It was nice to talk to him. He came in for a couple minutes there and discuss what was going on. Looks like the trading paint got fixed with the Martin Sports Car Club car, and they're running, I guess, the original Season 3 livery. There you go. That's the one they started early in the season before Jesse Olsen decided that he wanted to learn how to paint cars, and then started making some different ones instead of everybody looking exactly the same. So going back to what I said earlier about Nick Vincent, is he was trying, and he did put in another fast lap again. So a 1:27.8 for him, which is great. And Shane, still putting in some 1:26.9. So these guys neck and neck for who's putting in their fast laps here, as these two guys are still trying to do the best that they can. This thing sounds good. We're gonna sit like in car. There we go with Nick. You can see the sun starting to set a little bit, changes the way the track looks, is the way the light reflects off the track as opposed to above it. That big old V8 in the front of that car. It's almost like a pendulum sometimes with all that weight up front. Of course, the back of that engine, does sit against the firewall as much as possible to try to even out the balance. But there's still a lot of engine. That's why that hood is so long on that car. Something else you can appreciate too, riding here. Everyone's so concentrated on the line, but if you look out in the distance, just the amount of detail that is shown, within the iRacing program. You see people standing to the sides. I know I have a ton of the graphic settings maxed out as much as possible as I can, because we do the broadcast. So I just want to make it look as nice and cool and real as possible. So such a tight section through here. A lot of patience, and it is racing, and you want to hit that pedal as hard as you can, but it's you can hit as hard as you want, but if it's not going to keep traction to the ground, it's all for naught. So definitely a lot of patience on the right foot for some of these guys. So it makes it go so smooth there. And he must have had a connection issue, and we're back. All right, so that was one lap in the Mercedes AMG GT3 with Nicholas. Here we are in the McLaren with Andy. just to go around and pop in, you can hear some of the different noises that these things make.
Forget the flamethrower on that as well.
Hey man, how you doing, Michael Cochran?
Doing good, man. How are you doing?
Oh, not too bad. You had an amazing first stint out there today, and just really laid down the law as far as lap times in the GT3 class. Put a lap on everybody, and then when you kind of got out there, it seemed like you were thinking about getting ice cream on a pit stop because you really weren't getting challenged too much. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, dude, car felt real good for that first stint. It's nice without the toasty track temps. It feels nice and grippy out there. Yeah, just kept my head down and tried to pull a gap, and fortunately that's what happened. Didn't have as much luck in the second stint. I think I was hungry, thinking about ice cream, and I made a few mistakes, but Craig's been rock solid as well, so we've just kept our head down. I think we played a good strategy before the yellow came out, so it's looking good for us.
Yeah, it definitely worked out, and Craig was so funny. I mean, obviously you guys on the same team, great friends, and I know that we all go to lunch together whenever Craig's in town and stuff, but he had nothing but accolades for you and the amount of speed, almost to the part where he was downplaying himself. And you know, I had to tell him, I was like, man, you're no slouch. You know, I mean, everybody has their part in a team. I mean, you know, if you consider Michael the hot shoe, I mean, you're the guy that, you know, saves tires and saves fuel and keeps it consistent. You know, it keeps a lead. So I mean, it's interesting. You know, the both of you guys have nothing great things to say about yourself.
Yeah, man, Craig's been crushing it. I think he's still pulling a gap on Justin right now. So this has been fun, man. We've just been keeping our head down, and I spent a pretty good amount of time with the setup of the car, and it just seems like it just keeps getting better and better as the temps go down. So it's been real nice.
Yeah, we're talking
treating us well.
Yeah, and you were talking about that earlier. Is you're in the Porsche 911 GT3R, which you really don't spend a ton of time in, but you was that a decision because of Craig, and then you worked on that, or was that something that you both agreed that, hey, this is the car to have here?
Yeah, so going into it, Craig and I talked, and we were pretty much going to do between either the 911 or the Ferrari, and just right off the bat, the Porsche felt so good. There was a little bit of trying to control the rear, was kind of, I felt like the struggle part of that thing, you know, that rear engine. But once we got it dialed in with the setup, it felt great, especially with the temps staying lower. It's just been real consistent for us.
Yeah, I think the issue with some of the guys messing up the first session, redoing the session, unfortunately, it was a noon start. So when I did the second session, knowing we wouldn't have that practice session to get the setting later in the day, I advanced it to afternoon, not late afternoon, because that would have been in the dark. I think that's kind of helped out a lot with you guys. It actually helped out a lot of people as well. I mean, the last thing we wanted to do was, you know, with the 10 or so cars on track, is to have them sliding off all over oblivion. So it's been pretty clean. Have you guys any issues with LMP2 cars? I know I've seen some action on track, and we haven't had a lot of cars, but did you guys have any run-ins with them?
No, the LMP2s have been real, I don't know if kind is the right word, or predictable, maybe. We haven't had any issues. There was one P2 car who was a little bit more unpredictable, but we haven't had any issues. It's been great. It's kind of weird too, because the track it's not as wide as you would think it is once you drive it. With the GT3, you end up driving, like you end up pinching off a lot of corners. And so the fact that you have these faster LMP2s running up on you doesn't make it as easy as you think it would be to let them pass. But it's been great. Everyone's been driving real well, predictable.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of guys are from our league. I know we have a couple new guys in here. I know Don in the LMP2 class, and the guys, was it Justin Delano and Jason, came in from Cold Camo Racing. You know, they're in the Audi R8, which are in second place, giving you guys some chase here in the last 20 minutes or so. But yeah, it's been, I I think it's been good, for everybody, and it's nice. It's nice that most of unfortunately, the offs that are usually self-inflicted. But yeah, the last thing anyone wants to do is take anybody out, in the race. But yeah, so you're absolutely done. I think Craig has got this thing on autopilot with the second place car having a little spin, and you guys are now holding on to a 25-second lead. So hopefully Craig's not thinking about ice cream either.
Let's hope not, man. That got me in trouble with my second stint. So let's hope he's keeping his head up. But he's been rock solid, so I'm not too worried about him.
Yep, and you are still quite the rock star, having your SDK photo with holding your cat in front of you. So it looked like your cat had all that hair. So yeah, Lexi was in the booth for just a little bit, but she did appreciate you keeping your picture on.
Right on. We'll try to keep those cat pictures coming.
All right, we appreciate that. All right, man. Well, good luck for the rest of the race. Tell Craig good luck as well, and he'll get ice cream when he's crossed the finish line in first.
Yeah, we will get ice cream for sure. All right. Thanks.
All right. Thanks for stopping in, Michael.
Bye.
All right, that was Michael Cochran from the Tennessee Region SCCA stopping in to talk about how they got out into their massive lead that they have acquired here. And even though we did a full course caution and some waiver rounds to make it close, they are still pulling away from the rest of the GT3 field. So those guys, outside of a spin here or there, has kept it close. Whoa, and there goes Don. Don, 116 flat. First time we've seen that. That is 0.2 seconds faster than his previous fast time for the day. So he is still working on, even though he has a 1 minute gap back to second place. So between Michael, here he is here, and Justin Barrera is about maybe a second or so back. I can see some of the lighting on the track now has changed, so it's not just gray. It's some of the reflection as the sun's going down. Wow. Justin Delano, 126.4. So I think he's done spinning, and now he is locked into trying to get what he can back up to the front to catch up with the Tennessee region. Andrew Gitterick in third place, 12 seconds back from there. And speaking of Justin Barrera again, another fast lap from him, a 116.3. So that actually puts him right on par with the fast lap for Friend Motorsports. So he did a 116.37, and then one of the guys from Friend Motorsports did a 116.33. So 400ths difference there. Oh man, have something else to show. Hopefully this is not a bad one. Andrew Gatorick on a replay. Oh, there goes Sand. That corner just it's not this is like the second time it's there, but everyone's been having issues in that corner. Just to slow down. I don't know if it's definitely not off camber, no doubt. But nonetheless, is a very tricky corner for some of these guys to get the back end going. All right, Michael Day moving through past the yard of bricks right there, as you can see. 1 minute down, but and speaking of down, his head is down. 116.7 for him. So even though he does have a long way to go, I'm interested to see how this is going to work out with these LMP2 cars and their fuel strategy. I may be wrong, but I was guessing that there may be a splash at the end. Definitely not for the GT3s. They have plenty of fuel to make it out, but there was that last round of pit stop where not everybody stopped, and hopefully that's not going to be an issue now with Justin's car. Since he got booted and came back, he is a lap down, unfortunately, but it would be interesting if the two lead cars here would need a splash with 10 minutes left to go. Can't believe I just said that. Been up here sitting in this rig for quite some time, just yapping and talking, and try to keep things interesting for all the stuff going on. And we are down to less than 10 minutes of racing, but we still have the GT3 class, 1, 2, 3, 4 cars on the lead lap. So anything can happen. Let's take a trip as Michael Day's navigating through traffic around Justin Delano, the second place car, and just give a listen how this thing is. Man, he is all over that front tire. Man, that was one lap right there. 180 miles an hour in that car. Definitely takes a lot of concentration to drive this car. I mean, the GT3 cars, I mean, they do have, you know, some things on there like traction control and ABS, but these LMP2 cars are a full-blown prototype race car. Unfortunately, does not have any of those things. Like, you know, it does have a little bit of traction control in there, but it's not, there's no ABS on there. It's just as raw as you can actually think. It's a quite amazing experience. It's definitely has a big learning curve to it. Oh wow, man! I tell you what, if this guy grew up in the Wild West, he'd be the fastest shot with those fast hands. Unbelievable. Definitely knows how the geometry of the car and the science behind steering this thing. I've seen him save more things than some lifeguards at a community pool, but it's again, it's a learning curve with this car because there's also downforce, you know, to work with. And you know, you go to some tracks like Barcelona, and you're dealing with full downforce, so there's a lot more grip, you know, in the corners. But then the next week you may come here, and you know, it's a whole different ball game again with, you know, learning the edge and the limit of grip because you're not using that downforce. So definitely a lot of car control and a lot of feel and feedback, you know, especially, you know, in the sim where your feedback is your wheel. And it's interesting, but these guys are definitely a breed apart. I know I sim race, but I am not as good as these guys, unfortunately. But I do appreciate racing with them, and I do appreciate when they do offer help all the time. It's a great community, a great group of guys. I mean, I don't think it would matter whether we were racing cars or playing competition chess. I still think the camaraderie between, you know, the guys at Martin Sports Car Club iRacing League are going to be the same the way it is. But if we were playing competition chess, I don't think a lot would happen because we'd all be sitting around drinking beer anyway, so the chessboard would be sitting there. So moving on quick through. So there is that worn, torn, battered car, which he's kept clean so much. Don Squirek, and I hope that I pronounced that right, because that was I think the first time I've seen that. So if it's not, and as I say that, a 116.06 from his 1.09, so still just killing it right now. He is in the groove, in first place right now over Michael Day, which we rode around with for quite some time, and then Justin Barrera in third place, using every single bit of track, whether there's a curb there or not, as he gets just a little bit of that tire on that grass. Over to the GT3 class, Craig Klein is looking to bring it home with a 30-second gap over Justin Delano in the Audi R8 for the Toys for Tots livery. Again, thank you guys for that. Andrew Gatorick, which my daughter calls the hot dog car because she wants to roast hot dogs on deceleration. Again, it's just another cool thing. I mean, iRacing did not have to put that in, but for obvious reasons, you know, they did. It's kind of neat. Kevin Medita and Chris Wells in 4th place for GT3. You know, solid for them. 5th is Nicholas Vincent. Again, glad to have him. And our new GT3 newcomer, Shane Brown. So he's got a lot more rubber from tires on his car. It kind of adds to his speckled paint job. It kind of matches and moves right on in. Yep, very gentlemanly. Goes ahead and lets Justin Barrera go by. So what do? We have 2 minutes left. Not seeing the white flag just quite yet. There's a couple cars still going. There isn't anything, you know, unless somebody makes a mistake, if there's going to be any issues with position. I don't think anybody is having any issues with incidents. I know we had it set at 40. So it looks good there. Kept a pretty clean race with a lot of these guys, which was good. That's what a lot of them really aspire. They know if they're not going to cross the finish line first, you know, for them it's pride to finish a race with the minimum amount of incidents. You know, 0 would be great, which is really good. I know Justin and I, when we finished the Operation Motorsport race last week in the LMP2, outside of I think 1 or 2 spins, I think we walked away there with the lowest amount of incidents for the team out of all 50-something teams. So we're very proud of that, and did finish. I can't remember. It was only a week ago, but can't remember where we finished. But it was okay. We were okay with that. I think it was just outside the top 10. So we were happy with that nonetheless, and it was good to get back on the wheel on the same team together with Justin. All right, so here we go. It says 1 last minute. Here is our leader, Don. And knowing that he is going on the back stretch, he should be getting the white flag this time. I know it's showing less than, yep, he'll make it. So there'll be 1 last lap. And it's not showing up, but there it is. All right, so I was a little faster than it was. So last lap for everybody. Got a quick replay here. Andrew, back end, just off the curb a little too much. Man, I tell you what, that's just so unforgiving. You get a wheel off on the grass. I know it's like that in real life, don't get me wrong, but you know, when 70% of your tire is still on the curb and, you know, 30% touches the grass, it doesn't mean that you spin, unfortunately. But that's just one of the things that is a little different for, you know, sim versus real life. And I know iRacing is still working on that as far as to make it a little bit better for, you know, the way that things are programmed. There's always updates all the time, just because they're always improving, and of course that's what we're looking for, you know, when we signed up to do this. All right, so last time, coming up to the bank section of the track, your leader, Don Squirek, getting ready to pass the yard of bricks as he weaves back and forth, and there you have it. There is your winner for the inaugural Martin Sports Car Club iRacing League Toys for Tots charity. So he was an Iron Man for that. So let me tell you. So here's our second place LMP2 driver with his teammate Zach Holden. Oh, so I know mixed class. So there goes Craig Klein winning the GT3 class. Commanding style. They had a great run today. Couldn't keep track of all of their strategy, but whatever they did, it absolutely worked. So here is Michael Day coming through, and Justin Barrera. Look at that. Justin Delano crosses the line in second place. That's great. Made up 3 spots. Andy and Nick. It may not be for position, but of course, you know, it's always fun. They're going to keep it going all the way to the end right there. And there is your 3rd place in GT3. And that has everybody out. Well, that is absolutely awesome. Had an amazing time. Definitely a lot more fun than I thought we're having. Some good slow-mo shots there. So to wrap things up, I just like to say thank you to all the drivers that were out there today. As you know, Radicals Online, you know, Don, great shot by Justin. Iron Bandit, and got the job done in 1st place. Friend Motorsport coming in 2nd with Michael and Zach. Congrats to them. And Justin Barrera coming in 3rd place. Unfortunately, had a disconnect and went a lap down, or else it probably would have been a little bit different coming to the end of the race. Moving on to GT3, the duo of Michael Cochran and Craig Klein coming in the Porsche 911 GT3R in 1st place, with Cold Camo Racing in 2nd. Big Floppa in 3rd. Martin Sports Car Club in 4th. Nicholas Vincent in 5th. And Shane Brown in 6th. Crucial Motorsports, unfortunately, wasn't able to stay all day, but I'm glad that they were with us. So that concludes our race after, I didn't even see exactly how many laps there were, but it was definitely a lot. So thank you very much for joining us today. And we hope that you guys enjoy the rest of your Thanksgiving vacation. And I hope you have a great upcoming holiday. And we will catch everybody in 2022 with the new season of the Martin Sports Club iRacing League. Thank you again. Enjoyed it.